Oi, vence. Mas não ponhas em cima dela, não venha comigo. Aliás, eu tenho que vinha, porque tenho que ir à mala às vezes. E agora, quando eu faço aqui, mais perto.
Now I'll just talk to you on mic. Yeah, that's okay, no problem.
Yeah, I can hear you as well, Manu.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can probably feel already, the temperature of the session is going to be very high. The IPC Athletics World Championships Lyon 2013 would like to remind all spectators and workforce to please stay hydrated and use sun protection.
Mesdames et messieurs, comme vous l'avez probablement remarqué, comme c'est inscrit sur l'écran géant, les températures devraient être extrêmement élevées tout au long de l'après-midi.
Good afternoon, world. Jeremy Nicholas and Will Downing with you here at the Stade de Ron in Lyon in France for the IPC Athletics World Championships, 29 degrees C. We just had an announcement in the stadium asking all the spectators to keep hydrated. Will and I both have lots of bottles of water to keep us so that we can talk to you wherever you're watching in the world. I've just been on the internet doing a bit of social media and just picking up some of your messages. I'd like to say hello to everyone from Team Canada, who have been very complimentary about the service from the IPC Athletics, that we're giving you this best coverage, hopefully, ever of the World Championships. And there we are, confirmation that the temperature 35 degrees C expected to be the peak. Humidity 42%, wind speed 5 kilometers per hour. It's coming from the north-northeast, and it's sunny as it has been every single day we've been here. Also like to say hello to Jack Woods, who's watching in New Zealand, big sports fan, writes a blog, and he says how much he's enjoying the coverage, and he wants to know how long it was till Marcel Hook. Not long. He will be on later in the day, the great Swiss man, the silver bullet.
Well, this is today's schedule. We've got 19 finals, an awful lot on the track. It's coming thick and fast today. It starts off with 2 finals in the field, the women's club throw and the men's shot put. And then just look at that, a whole series of 200 meters finals in a row for men across space of about an hour. Then a couple of men's 1500 meters finals. We'll see quite a lot of Tatjana McFadden today. Men's 1500 meters T36 final. That was won by Michael McKillop in London and Beijing and Christchurch, and he's looking to complete a double here along with the 800. Occasionally does a T37 as well. And then we've got another string of 100 meters finals. We're very fortunate to have some great sprints, particularly last night with Oliveira and then Peacock against Brown. It doesn't end there, by the way. We've got Tatjana McFadden back then in the women's 1500 meters semi-final at around 7:15, 19:15 Central European time. That's 17:15, 5:15 p.m. GMT. We also have the women's 100 meters at T13 final as well, and there's a potential of that being an absolute cracker. We have the T12 prior to that, but Ilse Hayes of South Africa goes in that women's 100 T13 final, and that is at 16:20-ish GMT, 18:20 Central European time. It's going to be a good day. Last night was fantastic. Really good session of athletics last night, which thrilled the crowd. We do get asked occasionally how the crowds are, because you'll note empty stands on the far side, but they're in the glaring sun. It's in the mid-30s Celsius. They would be cooked to a crisp, so you get hundreds and hundreds in the shade, and the stand we're here in the main side, absolutely full. I was at the European Teams Championship a couple of weeks ago in Dublin, and they had 2 main stands which were full the entire time, but they're on the finishing straight, same side as the cameras, far side, largely deserted, because the 2,000-3,000 who were there per day were on the near side. There they are, in the shade, quite wise.
I was just seeing all those people with the white caps coming in. I'm guessing they're all from a school or something, but they've all got exactly the same white caps on.
It'll keep the sun off as well. White reflects, anything darker absorbs.
And they're adult hats they've got, and they've got them really pulled very tight, look, so that the strap is sticking out a long way at the back. Now, I know everyone's always interested in the medal ceremonies, and the French here are going to have a great time because they've rescheduled the medal ceremonies. We've got the men's 100 meters T34 and the men's 100 meters T46 as planned at around about 7:30. But before that, they've shoved in another one. And we've had a special official communication from it. It's official communication number 24 to all of the press and other people. Lady just enjoying a drink, that the women's 100 meters T37 medal ceremony has been moved, and that will now be at 7:26. And the reason for that is because it's a French winner, and French television will be live at that time because they are live for their tea time program. And so they've moved the medal ceremony so that whole of France can see that. And why not? They put on a good games and you deserve to see their winners. That young chap is very happy to be on the television. There's a big screen at one end of the stadium away to our right, and when the camera pans round, all of these people suddenly notice that they're on it. And now they're not.
Well, we have a couple of field finals which will get the afternoon action underway. There's the women's club throw and the men's shot put. And we will start off with the women's club throw. There's one athlete to catch here, the gold medalist from London 2012 and from the last World Championships in Christchurch 2 years ago. Quite a lot of this fielder won medals in the past.
Mesdames et messieurs, présentation de la finale du lancer de massue féminin F31-32-51.
And the lady you can see in the seat is Sara Al-Kabaishi of the United Arab Emirates. 14:21 is her personal best. It's a multi-classification category, and by the way, you will see that they throw it with their back to the venue, and that hit the side, so that's a foul. Also in this is Catherine O'Neill, Irish athlete, really interesting. Won the silver medal in this in 2011, also does very well in the discus. But World and Paralympic champion going back to the 1990s. She's from New Ross in County Wexford in Ireland. She's 37. So she's a veteran in terms of her experience, but not in her age. So that's the club throw. That'll be going on for quite a while because it takes time to strap each of the athletes in. They take a series of throws and then they come out and they're replaced by the next athlete. Men's shot put is also on right next door. So you can see both events going on at once. F32, F33, this is gold medalist from London 2012 is Kamal Kajana. Also won the silver in Christchurch in the World Championships. Rob Hughes is there from Canada, but Kajana is very much a man to beat, as is Czerniawski of Britain, the 22-year-old. But Kajana winning the most recent major in this. Munir Bakiri of Algeria has won a bronze medal in the last 3 major championships, the 2 Paralympic Games and the Worlds in 2011. The reigning world champion is Garin Bettina. Won that world title in 2011 and the 2 preceding Paralympic Games. And it's been in Algeria 1, 2, 3 at both London 2012 and Christchurch 2011. So the rest have a little bit of catch-up to perform here. And there are 3 Algerians in this. And indeed, the gold, silver and bronze from London and Christchurch. We've already mentioned them all. Could be interesting. There's another absolute corking day here. It's been very welcoming. We've had very little bad weather here for the entire week. And that's continuing again today. It is obviously very hard on the competitors who thankfully, when they're not throwing, are in shade. It's awkward for the athletes who are out there, and the officials, don't forget. And our cameramen, because they're out there the whole time, pretty much with some with shade, some not. The head-on camera in the 100 metres has got a nice blue umbrella, but his colleague alongside has elected against one. Well, we're following the shot put for a little while before the finals get underway in the track. First competitor out there is Alexander Krupin of Russia, and 9.68 is his first attempt, and he'll get a series of them. I should point out, by the way, the aforementioned Jack Woods is a parasport competitor himself. He's hoping to be of an age that he'll compete at the next World Championships in Doha in 2015, where if it's hot here, it's going to be even baking, even more so there. And Rio is 2016, and before we know it, it will be upon us.
Absolutely. I was talking to my wife last night and I was saying it's quite hot here. And she said, but yeah, if you want to go to Doha and then to Rio, you need to get used to the heat. And she's South African, my wife, so she was absolutely laughing at the thought of me being in Doha, because I am a bit of a wilting flower when it comes to the heat. And it has been very warm indeed. Okay, let's see what he can do. This is Alexander Krupin of Russia. 9.68 with his first throw, 8.60 with his second. have 6 throws in a row. And he's the first to compete. And he whacks the pole, which I think means he's not at all happy. Let's just watch the replay here again. It's just over 10 metres, so that would be his best throw, but it's been marked down as a no throw, and that's why he whacks the pole. So that's the first time he's been over 10 metres.
Introducing the athletes for the first semi-final of the women's 100 meters team.
So that's the conclusion of his first 3 throws. We'll have another 3 if he's in the top 8. Next to go, it's going to be Rob Hughes of Canada. This is a mixed classification, F52 and F53s.
Well, you'll see over on the far side. We've got the women's 100 metres T54 semi-finals, and Hannah McFadden, who's the middle sister of 3, is in lane 3. Subeda Supergetti in 4. There's another McFadden sister called Titania. She's not bad, but in this, she's won bronze in the last 2 major championships. Silver medalist 2004. There's a push for 6 gold medals here. She's won 3 already. 5,000, 2,200 and 800. She'll be doing really well if she gets a gold in the 100, because it's not her best discipline at all. Amanda Katasha of Finland is in lane 6. So this is the women's 100 meters T54. It is semi-final 1. The first 3 go through, and the next 2 fastest losers. Hannah McFadden, Supergetti, Tatiana McFadden, and Katasha are the 4 in this. We're the first time of asking. Tatiana McFadden will start very strongly. Katasha going very well for Finland as well, but Tatiana McFadden, well, she's a really good endurance athlete, but she's working up the speed here. Just look at those shoulders go. Great arm work also. And Tatiana McFadden wins 16.42. She holds the championship record of 16.31. That wasn't bad at all, and that's been rounded down suddenly to 16.32 official. She's 100th of a second outside of a championship record. She wins very easily. Amanda Katasha is second, and Hannah McFadden is third. So the sisters are through to the final, and maybe Supergetti of Turkey has got a chance of making it as well. 2 races essentially in one, and a McFadden won each of them. Well, Tatiana always takes her a while to get going, but once she gets going, she keeps going. I mean, Katasha, that was a brilliant start, but Tatiana McFadden just absolutely sailed along. Just the strength, the upper body strength is phenomenal from Tatiana McFadden. So she's already won the 5,200 and the 800. She's going in the 100, which you actually weren't expecting, because she's the 1,500, 400 in the marathon to come as well. She could win 7. It would be incredible if she did, but she's won a semi-final in the 100 anyway.
So good performance there for the McFaddens. Tatiana, the stronger of the 2, but Hannah pushing her all the way throughout her life. Amazing story of those 2 girls. We'll go back to the shot put shortly, but let's bring you straight away the second semi-final to see who will be joining the McFaddens in the final. Georgina Oliver, Kelsey Lefeur, Lu Wenjun, Kira Lynn Fry, and Valeria Jara. The lineup. There's Georgina Oliver, season's best of 17.42. Kelsey Lefevre of the United States, personal best 18.13. Liu Wenjun, personal best 15.82, far and away the fastest in this race. Nice smile there. from Liu. This is Kira Lynn Fry of Canada, 16.82, outside of her season's best of 17.11. This is Valerie Jara of Argentina in lane 7, has a PB of 18.25. So if we go by the record book, she'd be the slowest in the race. Should be a comfortable win for Liu, this one. And I should also expect Fry of Canada to qualify. It might be a nice battle between Oliver of GB and Lefevre of the United States. And away they go. And as you'd expect, Liu of China has gone straight into the lead. Oliver of Great Britain keeping up with her nicely, and Lefevre of the United States, but Liu absolutely flying, her front wheels bouncing around a little bit. Oliver gets the qualification as well, as does Lefevre of the United States. Those three are the ones that automatically qualify. And this Chinese lady is going to take some beating in the final. Look how quickly she gets away there, in the red, in the middle, far and away the quickest. There's one leg that dangles down there. It's an unusual way of competing. Most of the others have their legs tucked underneath. But Georgina Oliver comes in second. And Kelsey Lefevre, the other qualifier. Fantastic.
Well, I can tell you there was a timing malfunction during that race, but it has come up as a new championship record, 16.24 by Liu. Tatiana McFadden won the previous one, 16.32, but this one by Liu, 16.24, was quite exceptional. And that's why, by the way, you didn't see a clock on your screen during the race. All of the timings just went dead, and in the stadium clock as well. Yes,
I kept looking at the stadium clock because I thought that looks pretty quick. She's a long way ahead of everyone, but I looked down at the clocks and they weren't showing anything. Usually that means that they're thinking about it or reclassifying or something like that. But here we are, these are the times now. So obviously there was some kind of backup clock going. Liu, 16.24. Qualified with a championship record. Tatiana McFadden with a season's best for her, 16.32. And these are the other qualifiers: Kataja, Oliver, Lefevre, McFadden, the other one, Hannah, Fry of Canada, and how are we saying this one from Turkey? That was from your race. Supergetci.
Supergetci, yeah.
Supergetci. It looks scarier than it is. Once I got going, I was fine. Supergetci. And a personal best for her. So the shot put continues as well, out in the middle, while we've been having these 100 metres T54 semi-finals. We know our finalists now, so let's see what's happening in the shot. The last we saw, the previous thrower was a little bit unhappy with his cross, and that was Krupin of Russia. Since then, we're up to Rob Hughes. This is his second throw. He threw 7.99 for 705 points. To see him in second place. In third place, sorry, at the moment. Behind Al Nakli of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Rob Hughes of Canada, he's an F33. 7.99 his first one. And that's better, 8.41. He'll stay in third place because the Saudi Arabian threw 8.88. And all of the top three are from the F33 category. It's got a nice green shot put. Here we go. I don't think that was any longer. It's a legal throw though. So he's thrown 7.99 and 8.41, which is a new North American record for the Canadian. Really does rock backwards and forwards using that pole as a pivot point. And that's all of his three throws, 7.83. So his second throw was the best one, and he's in third place after three throws, but he has just set a new North American record.
They're actually very quick in this event to get athletes in and out as well. It's decided by points, by the way, very important to mention that, because it's 32 and 33. So Rob Hughes, these are all F33s who've thrown at the moment, but there will be other categories coming in. That was a North American record, 8.41. Good afternoon if you're watching in Illinois. Well, actually, good morning if you're in Illinois and you're called Tori Hughes because you're up having your breakfast. And it's probably 8:45 in the morning there now because you've sent a tweet in. And those tweets come to us as well. So we don't normally do requests. I certainly don't anyway. But we're grateful you're watching. It's very nice.
I do requests, Tori. If you want to request a song, I will sing it in full for you.
That'll be at 11 p.m. tonight, incidentally, when all the activities are
Oh,
over.
yes, of course. We'll be off air by then. But in my hotel room tonight, on my own, probably tomorrow morning in the shower, actually, I will sing the song. You want to request it. And then I'll tell you that I've done it. And that'll work really well. So next up, it's going to be Kamel Kargina of Algeria. Number 113 in the green of Algeria. I wonder which is the most popular colour on an athlete's vest. There's lots of red and lots of green. I would say it's between those two.
I should bring you up to date with a couple of events which went on after our broadcast ended this morning. Luis Cepeda of Mexico went on to win the men's javelin. That was the 54, 55, 56 categories. And we also had the incredible sight of the men's blind triple jump, which Ruslan Katishev won for the Ukraine. Assunta Legnante of Italy won the women's shot put with a world record. Kerry Morgan of the USA, well, she did win the women's 800 T52, but that'll be rerun after an incredible pile-up involving the top two. Just as they were on the final bend, they crashed, and that will take place again tomorrow. But now we've got the men's 200 metres T36 final. Really good field in this. Athletes who have enjoyed perennial success over the past 10 years or so. So there's quite a bit for Mohamed Matlazi to achieve. It's a regular finalist, 23 years old, from Malaysia. Sets his personal best this year. As indeed it won Moreno Marquez of Colombia. 26.66 his personal best. Championship record yesterday for a man who won 3 gold medals at London 2012, but not in this. 100, 400, 800 success last year for Evgeny Svetkov. Can he increase his resume here? Ben Rushgrove won bronze in London and in the last World Championships in Christchurch 2 years ago. So Wai of Hong Kong, China. Gold medals in 2 Paralympic Games, 04 and 08. Silver in London behind a man who we'll see in lane 8. Also the silver medalist in Christchurch 2 years ago. Graham Ballard of Britain, well, he was the 100 metres world record holder going into this. Won bronze in 2004. 100 more than likely would be his best event, but he qualified very quick in this. He's a good chance. Andrei Shirnov of Russia is in 7. He's got 2 men either side of him because Roman Pavlik finished ahead of So Wai in London, and in Christchurch 2 years ago is the silver medalist behind So Wai in the Beijing 2008 Games. As Roman Pavlik of Ukraine. A lot of athletes don't like being on the outside, but he has a strong chance, and both major record holders are in this final. This could be very quick. It should be a really good race. Now the hand is up from So Wai. Has a little bit of discomfort. He can't hear anything at the moment in terms of instruction. Or maybe it's something a bit more additional. Well, either there's no speaker at his lane, or if there is a speaker there, it's immaterial. It's interesting, So Wai has won lots of medals before. Well, I'm sorry if I'm misinterpreting this, but I guess he's deaf. I don't think that needs any further explanation. He'll have to keep his head up and watch for the signal instead of hear it.
On your mark. On your mark. Set.
So we are set for this men's 200 meters T36 final. It's Javelin in 1, Moreno Marquez in 2, Svetkov in 3, Rushgrove 4, Sowawai 5, Ballard 6, Zhirnov 7, and Roman Pavlik, the London 2012 champion and world champion, is in lane 8. Some crouched, some standing, some watching. And they're away at the first time of asking. It's a really great start from Graham Ballard in 6. Well, he is mainly a 100 sprinter these days. Can he keep it going? Pavlik's going well in 8 as well, but Ballard is sailing so far for Britain. And also Svetkov, the champion record yesterday in 3. Can he keep it up? Now here comes Roman Pavlik. It's Pavlik in 8. It's Svetkov in 3. Ballard's trying to come good. Svetkov's going to take it. Svetkov takes the gold. And it's second for Pavlik. And it's 24.70 unofficial. 24.69 official now, and that is a new championship record, and that was a really good victory for Evgeny Svetkov. Pavlik was coming really great towards the end in lane 8, and look at how good Ballard was, second in your shot from the left early on, but Svetkov as they evened up really came into his own then, and I thought Sowawai was going to come very strongly towards the end as well, but Svetkov was gliding. Pavlik is second from left, and he picked her in lane 8, going very well too, but not in time, and it looks like Sowawai got the bronze to me. Svetkov wins it 24.69. It's a new championship record.
Well, I saw Pavlik definitely get I saw Pavlik get the silver.
And Sowawai is third.
Yeah. Sowawai definitely overtook Ballard, so that's come up wrong. I think Ballard's been run out of it because it was the guy in front of us, Pavlik, who got the silver.
So Svetkov takes the honours, Pavlik second, Sowawai third. It's a championship record, 24.69. This was the one event in which Svetkov didn't win gold at London 2012. He's made up for it here, ahead of Pavlik, and Sowawai gets the bronze.
Exciting race, and Svetkov is some competitor to beat Pavlik. That was a great race. Coming up next, we've got more action on the track, the T37 200 metres final. But let's go back to the shot put. This is the guy in third place at the moment. From Poland, Maciej Soszal. He's thrown 895, his best so far, and 891 points. So Algeria leading this with Bakiri, Soszal from Poland, Krupin from Russia, and then Al Natli, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Rob Hughes in 5th place at the moment. That's a no throw for the pole. They're telling me on the screen there is in 3rd place, but I think he's 2nd. Oh, it has now been connected. He is 2nd. Al Bakiri. So it's Algeria's Bakiri from Soszal, and then it's Alexander Krupin in 3rd place. The confusion arises because it's not always the person in 2nd place who's thrown the 2nd biggest throw, because it's a points event for 32s and 33s. And at the moment, Bakiri has 965 points, Soszal has 891, and Krupin has 867. Let's go for another final straightaway. Again, it's a 200 metres. And this time it's in the T37 category. So again, these are runners with cerebral palsy, but to a lesser extent. There are 4 categories, the 35, 36, 37, 38, 35 is the most extreme, 38 the least severe. So Onufrienko of Ukraine, Jones of GB, Vadovin of Russia, Kapranov, Hamdi, Monterola, van der Merwe and Mohammed. And this is Andrei Onufrienko, personal best of 24:10.
Lane 2, representing Great Britain.
The sunglasses of Jones. Rhys Jones in lane 2. Personal best 24:39. This will be one of the favourites, Vadovin of Russia. Has a personal best set this season, 23:48. And alongside him, another Russian, but confusingly with a different coloured vest on, Roman Kapranov. Personal best 23:10. It'll be quite a battle between these two Russians.
He's the world champion representing Algeria.
And don't rule this guy out because he's the world champ, Sofian Hamdi. But his personal best slower than the two on his inside, 23:57. But never a rule out a world champion. This is Omar Monterola of Venezuela, 23:34. It's a very good personal best, but this season 24:02. Fanny van der Merwe, 23:10, always has a smile on his face, Fanny. Season's best 23:94. Thumbs up to the camera. And outside of him, Mohamed Mustafa of Egypt.
Representing Egypt.
Couloir 8, médaillé de bronze au dernier championnat du monde, représentant l'Égypte, Mostafa Mohamed.
So this one is very hard to call. If you're doing it on personal best, you'd say it'd be between Kapranov and van der Merwe. If you're doing it on titles, you'd say Hamdi. And Vadovin, we've seen, has been in fine form since he's been here. And Monterola also has a great PB, but not this season. I'm going to say it's between the two Russians and van der Merwe, but watch out for Hamdi and Monterola as well. So I appear to have picked 5 horses in an 8-horse race. So I've covered most of my bets here. Watch one of the other 3 win it. And the 2 Russians away very well. That's Vadovin and Kapranov. Van der Merwe also going very well out in lane 7. Hamdi of Algeria doing very well indeed now. And now here comes Kapranov in the red. The 2 Russians going very well. And now it's Vadovin going very well. Vadovin from Russia, from van der Merwe. Vadovin from Russia, van der Merwe. And it looked to me as if it's a new world record, 22:78. That was extremely quick, and that was always on the cards with such good competitors in this race. Hamdi got 3rd, 23:45, but it's a new world record. Monterola in 4th, 23:57. Kapranov 5th, 23:68. But it's Vadovin who set the new world record. It's been rounded down to 22:77. Van der Merwe 23:16. What a race from the South African. Hamdi, the world champion, 23:45, gets the bronze. Monterola 23:57. And in 5th place, it was Kapranov 23:68. So I did predict the top 5. Mohamed 23:84. Came in 6th. Onufrienko 24:20. And in last place, it was Jones of Great Britain, 24:37. But that's the man who's just set a new world record, Andrei Vadovin. And both the Russians, I think, helped each other there to such a fast time, because he was being pushed all the way by Roman Kapranov and then Fanny van der Merwe. And Andrei Vadovin, a world record, 22:77. Fanny van der Merwe gets silver. And Sofian Hamdi gets the bronze with a new personal best of 23:45. What a great race that was. And the first world record of the afternoon on the track. And just looking down that, the winner got a world record. Season's best for van der Merwe, personal bests for Hamdi, season's best for the next 3. In fact, it was only the guy in 7th who didn't get either a season's best or a personal best or a world record. Great stuff.
So we're returning now to the men's shot put F32-33 final. Well, Algeria in the last 2 major championships have done a clean sweep of all the medals, and they've got 1 and 2 in place at the moment. but they're only halfway through their rounds, and we've actually got a marathon feel for this. About 17 are throwing in total, and the third Algerian, Karim Bettina, doesn't throw until much later on. This is Rashid Ouaman of Morocco. He'll get 3 throws in a row, and that was a very good first one. Bettina, by the way, has the world record of 10.89. We're watching action from earlier from Kamel Karjina. 12.23. It's just got into the lead, a new season's best. And we'll tell you how his third throw does. 10.95 was good. 12.23 was even better. That's a new season's best, puts him into the lead. There will be a third throw coming, but it will be superseded by the women's javelin F33-34 victory ceremony. Considering who their throws coach is, don't really need to tell you who succeeded here in terms of nationality.
Bronze medalist representing Germany.
She's really having a fantastic week. There's this athlete. Already taking victory left, right and centre. So Maria Bremer Skowronek of Germany takes the bronze medal. Mariana Heikkinen of Finland, the silver, was a personal best for her, 20.79. Germany have been fabulous at the field events, mainly due to Steffi Nereus, the former Javelin world champion from 2009. But she's been coached for a long time, I should tell you. Since 2000, which was, she was back in her 20s and still throwing. Birgit Kober takes the gold medal. It was a world record, 27.45. She never really would have considered a career in parasport, mainly because it was only 2.5 years ago that something quite horrible happened to her during a medical procedure. But hey, gold medalist, brilliantly done. World record holder, world champion. And the flag and the anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalist.
Yeah, fabulous by Birgit Kober. And she is the world champion.
Deutschland, über alles, except there was a Finn between the two of them.
It's just relating part of her life story. I mean, she has a website which goes through her life and times. And she's built a really good sporting career. I don't actually think she was an athlete before her accident 2.5 years ago. And where that photographer has leapt over is where they have the general photographs afterwards. But we've got the men's javelin now.
Ladies and gentlemen,
54, 55,
victory ceremony
56.
Just while they're coming out, just reflecting on what a brilliant start we've had to the afternoon session on the track. First of all, we had Tatiana McFadden winning her semi-final in the women's 100 metres T54 with a season's best. Then we had Liu of China in the other semi-final with a championship record. Shvetkov, we just saw set a championship record winning the T36 final, 200 metres. And then Vadovin with a world record in the T37 200.
And about Tatiana McFadden, it's worth pointing out she wasn't originally entered for the 100 metres. Would have been a straight final if she hadn't been in it, but she decided to give it a tilt.
Can you imagine how delighted the competitors must be to find out, oh, Tatiana McFadden's entered at the last minute?
It's but it's not actually her best event at all. She hasn't won a gold in it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés mondiaux.
So it's Mexican gold for Luis Cepeda, Russia and Greece dividing up the other medals.
And Octavia, in charge of the Mexican delegation, I can tell you, sang his anthem loud and proud. And his athlete in the wheelchair there, the gold medalist, salutes the leader of his delegation, who's a real character. We spoke to him on the programme this morning. I hope you saw that on the world feed. And he communicates with all his athletes in the field by singing to them. He has this lovely baritone voice that across the athletics field just carries superbly.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you see the athletes for the final women's 200 meters?
And over on the far side of the stadium, the athletes getting ready for the men's 200 metres T38 final. And there's a couple of true greats in this. Tim Sullivan, Evan O'Hanlon, both of Australia. A couple of South Africans as well. Deanne Boyce and Union Sakalway. Alexander Pankov. Belarus in lane 1, Carl Whitehouse of Canada in 2. Personal best here, Edson Pinheiro of Brazil, likewise in lane 3. And for Lee Whiteley of Great Britain in lane 4. But the men that have to be beaten are coming up next. Deanne Boyce, silver in this event in London 2012, bronze in the long jump. 10 gold medals across Paralympic Games and World Championships. And he's looking for his 4th consecutive sprint double. Also won the relays, both of them 2006 in Assen, won the relay 2008. But he has won this 2012, 2011, 2008, and all of the 100 metres there as well. And he's won the 100 metres in 2013 also. Union Sakalway between a couple of Aussies, because this is another real legend in Tim Sullivan. 10 Paralympic Games gold medals, 5 in Sydney in 2000, 4 in Athens, and 1 in Beijing. Evan O'Hanlon holds the world and championship records. Real quality field. Pankow in 1, Whitehouse in 2, Pinheiro 3, Whiteley 4, Boyce 5, O'Hanlon 6, Sir Calway 7, Sullivan in lane 8. Tim Sullivan been going almost as long as the Sullivans. And they are away, lane 6, O'Hanlon. Look, he's absolutely ripped up the track here, O'Hanlon already, with 50 minutes gone, and now they straighten up. Pinheiro's trying to fight back for Brazil, but O'Hanlon's way clear here, and O'Hanlon is surely on the way to victory. Dean Boyce is fighting back, and so too is Lee Whiteley for Britain. O'Hanlon's going to win. O'Hanlon takes it, 21.97. New championship record, time unofficial, Boyce and Whiteley. Silver and bronze, 21.95 it's been rounded down to for a brand new championship record, and just absolutely scintillating. He just ripped up the track magnificently right at the start, and he just kept on going out of lane 6. Tim Sullivan trying to keep up in 8, but it was all about Evan O'Hanlon here and nobody else. Boyce recovered well in 5, but Hanlon well ahead of the rest. Whiteley got the bronze medal for Britain, but Evan O'Hanlon, a really convincing winner. Just real panache, true speed. Just looking for a really fast time. It was 1300ths of a second outside of the world record he set in London 2012. It's a none too shabby time at all, 21.95. There've been a couple of continental records in this as well. And O'Hanlon sets a new championship record. Just real power, proper pace. And it's Australia, South Africa and Britain. And it's worth dwelling on some of these figures. O'Hanlon gold, championship record. Whiteley with a new European record in 3rd. Pinheiro with a South American record for Brazil in 4th place. And Dean Boyce, the silver in between. That was proper high-octane stuff.
So Evan O'Hanlon adding the 200 metres to the 100 metres that he's already won here. And after he won the 100 metres, he said he was really pumped for the 200 metres, and if that went well, he might consider going in the 400 metres as well. So it's a bit like when Tatiana McFadden decides to go in the 100 metres and everyone goes, oh no, she's not in it. If Evan O'Hanlon goes into the 400 metres, the people already entered for that will think, I'm not sure that this is going to work out for us. Let's have a look then what's happening here. This is Zina Cole. This is the first in the club throw. For our first look at it, the competition going on at the moment. So it's one of the throwing events. Zina Cole currently in 3rd position. She was the 5th person to throw. She's behind Josie Pearson of Great Britain and Marua Ibrahim of Tunisia currently in gold medal position. So 12.58 her best throw after throws of 11.86 and 12.28. So 12.58 that's confirmed as, that is her best. She's improved every time. Zina Cole of the United States, F51 competitor in the club throw, behind Josie Pearson, who's also an F51, 14.01. And Marua Ibrahim in the lead at the moment for Tunisia. And she is an F32 competitor. So there's 31s, 32s and 51s in this. So it's a very mixed bag of classifications for this women's club throw. You can see the wheelchairs coming around there. We're going to be going shortly for the final of the men's 200 metres T53. Great day for 200 metres because we've got 5 finals in a row. We've had 3 of them, 2 more to go. This is the standings in the men's shot put. Algeria 1 and 2 with Karjina and Bakiri. Sochal of Poland in bronze medal position at the moment, and GB in 4th. You're watching Paralympic Sport TV. from me, Jeremy Nicholas and Will Downing. And before we go for that wheelchair 200 metres final that features Brent Lakatos and Aladwani of Kuwait, let's just catch up with a bit more shot put. So they're still warming up on the shot put. So let's come away from that because we've got a great 200 metres T53 final coming up for you. There they are, out on the start. And we've got some big names in this. Pierre Fairbank of France, Brent Lakatos of Canada, we've seen him a lot, Hamad Aladwani and Li of China. Let's have a look at the runners in this race then. Jesus Aguilar of Venezuela. 27.29 his personal best, 27.47 this season. Jung Dong-ho of Korea, 26.94 his personal best in the white. World champion Li of China. That's the fastest time in the race, 25.61 his PB. He'll take some beating.
He got the bronze medal on the 800 meters here in Lyon on Monday, representing France.
Large applause in the stadium for Pierre Fairbank in lane 4. Valdo Silva, lane 5 for Brazil. The man with the white helmet, Brent Lakatos. 26 seconds dead this season, 25.85 his best. Lakatos, you would expect to provide the biggest competition for Li. This man's worth an outside bet as well. Aladwani, Hamad Aladwani of Kuwait, 26.50 his PB. And there's Brian Seaman of the United States in the outside lane, 26.41 his best ever time. The world record holder is Chris Waddle of the United States, 2004 in 25.24 his personal best. Not the footballer. So the men's 200 metres T53. Li of China in the red, very well away, and so too is Brent Lakatos of Canada in the white helmet in lane 6. Li in red now in lane 3 coming up, but it's Lakatos who's leading around the bend here. Oh, he just flirted with the inside edge there of his wheel on the lane, but Lakatos coming away with it. Lakatos is going to win gold for Canada here. Li of China is going to be beaten. And will France get the bronze? Oh, it's hard to tell. It's a championship record. Brent Lakatos of Canada destroyed Li of China. That's a phenomenal run, 25.54. He's taken nearly half a second off the championship record, 25.46 for Brent Lakatos. Li of China, 26.66. And I think that applause is going to be that France have got the bronze. They certainly were in contention. Too close to see. It is Pierre Fairbank of France has got the bronze, and that's very popular here in the stadium, just ahead of Silva of Brazil and Aladwani. Seaman getting 6th place, 27.04. Young was 7th, and Aguilar 8th. So a new championship record, 25.46. Just look at the power that Brent Lakatos, I just want to check that he doesn't cut a corner off when he comes round that bend, because he was very, very close to the edge. at the end. Look at this. Just see where he comes. And he nearly does himself a mischief here. Whoa, I'm going on the grass. Hey, there we go. Oh! Nearly went over. Brent Lakatos, phenomenal. He was going so fast, he nearly forgot to turn the corner, and then he noticed, oh, hang on, the track's not hit. Hey, over we go nearly. No, but he's experienced enough. What a character, Brent Lakatos. He looks a real dude, doesn't he, with his beard and his plain white helmet and his gloves. And he often looks a bit miserable, but look at him now. He's absolutely grinning from ear to ear.
Well, his time has absolutely come, because he won 3 silver medals at London 2012 in the 200, 400 and 800, and he also won silver in this in 2011. He really deserves that triumph, and he was concentrating so much on winning and getting a fast time, he forgot about everything else.
Forgot about the corners. Brent Lakatos then, a new championship record, 25:46. Everybody watching back in Canada who's been messaging us on Twitter will have enjoyed that one. Well done, Brent Lakatos, a great champion, and to have beaten the great Li of China is phenomenal. We've got another 200 metres final, the 5th of 5, coming up very shortly, after we've had a bit of club throwing.
Yes, and it's Mounia Ghazmi of Algeria. And we'll see some of her attempts. Well, that's a nice distance. This is decided on points. It's a treble category, F31, 32, and 51. So there's a wheelchair category and a couple of cerebral palsy categories that have been put together because they're largely of a similar standard, but it goes to points. Maru Ibrahimi of Tunisia is our leader. 22.32 she's thrown, that's 955 points. Josie Pearson, the Britain's currently in second place, 4 points behind, and Zena Cole of the USA lies third. That was a foul, first of all, from Mounia Ghazmi. You have to keep at least one buttock on the chair. I think that might be the reason why. That she had a foul, first of all, because the landing was fine. There's a judge just directly behind, you can see, carrying the white flag, wearing white, who judges that she has sufficiently stayed in the chair. If she goes far enough out, it's a foul. This is the second throw, so it's straight up. And that was the white flag. So how well has she done? She'll get into the top 6 anyhow, because she's the 6th to throw. 21.50, 914 points, and she goes in the bronze medal position, but there's a long way to go. And that counts for medal ceremonies as well. This should be the men's discus, F12. Big man.
Par le secrétaire général du comité d'organisation des Jeux parasiatiques ICHEA 2014, Monsieur.
This was one of the early morning events.
Bronze medalist representing Croatia.
Branimir Buditic at a personal best, 38.67 to claim the bronze medal. It's a good battle this. He edged out Petteri Paitso of Finland.
Vladimir
Andriushenko.
Andriushenko.
We've got the silver medal, silver best, 40.43. So one category final, F12, those of medium visual impairment. It's a serious gap.
And world champion representing
Eventual winner though.
Médaille d'or et champion du monde représentant l'Espagne, Kim Lopez González.
Kim Lopez González, 46.39. He won by 6 meters all told. Great champion. Spain's second gold medal of the week.
If you are able, for the national anthem of Spain.
And if you're Spanish,
merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national.
no need to sing along.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalist.
No words in the Spanish national anthem. Nothing to sing along to.
It's a bit disappointing, isn't it?
There has been a thought for a couple of years that there should be lyrics. I know there have been a couple of attempts at suggested lyrics, but nobody's really ever agreed on it, so they've always kept it as it is.
Are there many countries that don't have words?
No, of one at least. That's it.
Send us a message on Twitter. I'm Jeremy_Nicholas. What are you, Will?
I'm Will Downing-Com.
Will Downing-Com. Jeremy_Nicholas or Will Downing-Com. If you know of another country in the world, apart from Spain, that has no words to its national anthem.
Evan O'Hanlon, by the way, has confirmed he will go in the 400 now, having won the 100 and 200.
Uh-huh. I think a lot of Spaniards do la 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 to their anthem. It's not that tune, but those words.
Victory ceremony.
Another victory ceremony on the way.
I think you'll also find they won a Eurovision Song Contest the same way, and Cliff Richard came second, 1968. There's about 500 Lars in it, honestly.
Really? You know the group called the Lars, who had a song called There She Goes? When that first came out and I was presenting on BBC Greater London Radio, I introduced it, and I'd never heard of them, as There She Goes by the LAs. Because it was written in capital letters, and everyone laughed.
Now this is Firas Bentria with a continental record for Algeria and Africa in the men's triple jump F11 final. Also for Alexis Gillette of the United States, 12:66 national record, North American record as well, and a silver for him. It's the triple jump event for athletes who are completely blind. And if you didn't get a chance to see it earlier, really remarkable. I would say even more so than the long jump. We had the event in the Javelin for T11 athletes as well yesterday, which again was just incredible. Ruslan Katishev takes the gold, a personal best, 12.70. It's another good games for Ukraine.
And after we've heard the Ukrainian anthem, I'm going to bring you the latest Twitter messages from Richard Brown and Johnny Peacock. Remember, they've been at each other's throats. It appears peace has broken out. Details after this. The Ukrainian anthem.
Their 8th gold medal of the week.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalist.
So once again we hear the national anthem for Ukraine, this time for the men's triple jump T11, which we saw this morning, which was very inspirational for those blind competitors. So Richard Brown, remember, said he wanted to knock Johnny Peacock off his perch. And Johnny was not to be knocked off his perch, the American and the Brit. They came head-to-head last night, and Peacock won. And Richard Brown Jr., who, if you do want to follow him on Twitter, he's called @winged_foot, @winged_foot, says, I wonder how many times me and @Johnny Peacock will exchange dar record. This is going to be fun. 3 exclamation marks. I wonder how many times me and Johnny Peacock will exchange dar record. And Johnny Peacock has replied @wingedfoot, and he's copied in @IPC Athletics so we can all see it. He says, it will bring out the best in us both, pushing to 100 metres. So that's good. They've obviously got a lot of respect for each other. There was a little bit of rivalry, but it never really got to be the sort of trash talk you get in boxing. It was just something to build up the excitement, and Johnny Peacock won it, but who's to say Richard Brown won't win the next one?
Now we're going back to the women's club throw. 2 athletes from Britain. It's Josie Pearson, as you'll see, currently lying in second place behind Ibrahimi of Tunisia. We're about to see Gemma Prescott with her 3 throws, and after that it's Catherine O'Neill of Ireland. They each get 3 throws each. I know Irish TV are very keen to get a glimpse of Catherine O'Neill in the next few minutes, so try and see if we can get a glimpse of her. These are the top 3 so far. Mara Ibrahimi leading for Tunisia, best throw, 22.32. It's a very good effort. She's the world record holder, 23.43 from London 2012. Josie Pearson, who is 5.02, lying in second place, and this is Gemma Prescott, who's 5.03. We probably will have a good chance to show you a nice bit of this because we have a succession of 200 metres finals, which are quite a bit apart.
Extraordinary style, this, isn't it? She's, is that how she's going to throw it? Facing away and over the top of her head?
Yep.
That's very, very different to everybody else, isn't it?
Well, the further you can get it, the better. And I mean, they all laughed at Dick Fosbury at first. When 1968, the Olympic Games, he tried something new. Now they all do it. Actually, I was talking to him a couple of years ago in Daegu at the World Championships there. There was a special event with him and Blanka Vlasic, who's won multi-high jump titles. And he was saying how he'd been a very good high jumper as a youth, but he just felt that the scissors kick that had been done, where you run up facing it and then basically go belly up, he always felt there was a better way, so he experimented with a few different people and found something that worked. And obviously, if this works for Gemma Prescott,
and when Fosbury first did that
not?
at a meeting, everyone must just have laughed and thought, you know, Fosbury, that looks like a bit of a flop. But the Fosbury flop turned out to be the winning technique, and of course everyone does it now. Maybe in the future everyone will face the other way and throw it over the back of their head. While we're waiting for this next throw, just to remind, we've got another great 200 metres coming up with Kenny Van Beagle, Mark Shue and Tati of Finland in action. That's going to be another great T54 this time, 200 metres. So these still practice throws we're seeing here. And then we'll be straight over for that track final. In fact, we're going now.
yes, the T54 men's 200 metres final. And again, a lot of the familiar names that you'll have seen during the week. Men who've hoovered up medals across the last 3 Paralympic Games cycles. Curtis Tom has an image of himself on his shoulder, and maybe one day he might change it, feature a medal. Tom in 1, Carter of Australia is in lane 2. Personal best set here, 25.87. Leo Pekka Tati of Finland, gold in the 100 in London, silver in this, in the last World Championships in Finland in 2011. Gold in this in Athens 2004. Saishan Konjen of Thailand. We see him in all distances. Bronze in London in the 100 and the 800. Mark Schul of Germany. athletes of real talent. He's still only 23, turns 24 in a few weeks. Kenny Van Weigel, the 400 bronze medalist, won silver in the 400 in London, silver in this in 2004. This isn't his best event, but he'll give it a good try. Sukhum Namlin of Thailand is in lane 7. He's the slower of the two Thais, but fancies producing something big here, as will Colin Matheson of Canada. This event was not run at London 2012. Zhang Lixin has the world record and the championship record set in the semi-final by Kenny Van Weigel. It's Tom in 1, Carter 2, Tati 3, Kongen 4, Xu 5, Van Weigel 6, Namlin 7, and Matheson is in lane 8. Men's 200 meters, T54 final. Away first time, lanes 3, 4 and 6 have won medals before in lane 3. Tati shooting away, right away from the gun in this 200 meters T54 final. Tati of Finland has started very well. And it's Van Weigel who's also coming good. And it's a battle between these two now. It's Van Weigel on the near side, Tati on the far side, and Kenny Van Weigel's gonna do it. Kenny Van Weigel is the world champion, and Tati just holds on for a second ahead of Kongen of Thailand at third. Good final, Van Weigel did brilliantly. 25.10, just outside the championship best he set yesterday. And he came really good despite a fabulous start by Tati. Just look at Tati go here. Beyond Kongen, who eventually finished almost alongside him on the line pretty much. But it was in the straight that Kenny Van Weigel came good. Overtook Tati with around 30 to go. He just breezed away. It was really tight for second, third and fourth, but Tati took that ahead of Kongen and Mark Xu. And just look at the speed and the acceleration. 25.10. In the end, there was barely 0.7 between the top 5. Very good race, very tight. And Kenny Van Weigel is the world champion. So 25.10 gold for the Netherlands and Kenny Van Weigel, Leo Pekka-Tati second for Finland, and Saichon Kongen third for Thailand, with Xu fourth for Germany.
And that's the last of the 200 meters 5 finals in a row. But guess what? We've got some more 200 meters, but these are semi-finals. They will be for T46 competitors. So these are women with limb deficiencies, and the 46 category tells you that this will be arm deficiencies.
Well, they all do a lap of honour after the final.
And while they're doing that lap of honour, let's take this opportunity just to dip in once again to the shot put, which is being led by Kargina of Algeria, followed by Bakiri, and then Malic, Sochal, the top 4 there. It's a white flag. So we've got more medal ceremonies on the way, and they're just reversing the order of them. We were expecting women's shot put first, then men's 200 meters. It will be the other way around. But you don't need to concern yourself with that. Whatever happens, we'll tell you about it.
Now you will notice, by the way, that there are, if you get a wide shot, there are 2 sets of athletes throwing at once. It's because the field is so big for this that they've decided if they don't split it into 2 groups, then we'll be here until at least Tuesday. We all, including the athletes, have other things to do.
take such a long time to get the athlete strapped into the chair, and this strikes me as a very good way of doing it. Have 2 chairs, and then you can be getting one ready while the other side are throwing. This is the man in 4th place from Malaysia. Adrin Majurin has thrown a personal best of 9:07. So 8.91, that's not an improvement on his second throw, and he stays in 4th place. So now we have this medal ceremony, which is in a different order to what we were expected. But that's fine, it won't throw us. It should have been the women's shot put, but it will be the men's 200 metres, and that will be followed by the women's shot put.
Yeah, the men's 200 metres T36. Now this was, again, very much a case, just what we saw a few moments ago with Kenny Van Weigel, of a man who was really successful at other distances, never at 200. Well, that changed today. So why a bronze medal to add to all of the golds that he's won in history. Season's best, 25.20.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Ukrainian medal haul is up even further through Roman Pavlik, 24.99. Silver for him. Championship record, 24.69. He's previously won golds at 100, 400 and 800, all at London 2012. And now he completes the set, not at a Paralympic Games, but at an IPC World Championship. Evgeny Svetkov, 24.69, the championship record.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national de la Fédération de Russie.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Another nation that enjoys great success on both the IAAF and the IPC circuit. Evgeny Svetkov for Russia.
come together for the team photo. And for those two guys, it's the closest they will get to Shvetkov. He's a quick lad.
He did really well. It's curious though, if you can get gold at 100, 400 and 800, to miss out on the 200, it's a little bit of an anomaly, but he's fixed that up now. Well, the next medal ceremony, there's a little bit of a hold-up because there's at least one athlete missing. You can see the various field events that are going on right now across this Stade de Rome. We're going to the men's shot put very briefly. This is the latest situation. Tajena and Bakiri, 1 and 2 for Algeria. This is done on points overall. And the third Algerian, we've yet to see, Karim Bettina. So there is a strong chance of a third consecutive clean sweep for them. You can see the two shot put lanes, and just behind the club throw as well. Trying to get a couple of quick throws away in all three sectors because the medal ceremony.
And they're just waiting for an athlete to arrive. Can't have the medal ceremony till all three of the athletes arrived. I don't know which one hasn't turned up yet. It's the bronze medal winner. Some of these athletes, of course, are competing in more than one discipline. Typically, long jumpers often do sprinting. And sometimes they do 100, 400, 200, 800. And so that's sometimes why the medal ceremonies are moved, because the athlete will be competing perhaps in a heat and then drop in for a medal ceremony from the last night's event and then a final in the evening. Still a nice crowd here, enjoying the sunshine. You're
not really missing much from anything else. I can tell you Catherine O'Neill is due to throw very soon for Ireland. It takes a long time for the athletes to be brought up in their wheelchairs and attached to the chair. She will throw shortly after this medal ceremony, and you'll see, by the way, now why there's been a delay. We are without Sanela Redzic of Bosnia-Herzegovina for this women's shot put F42-44 final. She had a personal best of 8.81 and did very, very well indeed. And she will receive her reward later.
Representing Bosnia and Herzegovina.
So she set a personal best in the event, but no personal best in her speed in getting to the ceremony.
So it is silver now for Yao Zhuan of China. She threw 11.56. I can see an athlete just walking across the infield, and she's walking towards the area, and she seems to be wearing colours that are somewhat Bosnian. She's just in the background there. You can just see her behind Yao Zhuan. I'm not saying that's her, incidentally. There's a strong chance it is. Jana Schmidt receives the gold medal for Germany. That is undoubtedly the third placer who's just arriving now.
Well, tell me that the girl in the black's not going to take her off. Put her on the podium and let her have a medal, for heaven's sake, if she's walked across the field.
Possibly later.
Oh, that's nonsense.
That is Jana, by the way. It is definitely Jana, because that I can see the Bosnian crest.
Oh, that's nonsense. Stop the ceremony and let the girl get a medal, for heaven's sake.
Here's the anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So we have 2 of the 3 medalists, and well, you did see the third. She was there in the background. And I'm not sure quite what the protocol is in a situation for Sanela Redsic. I mean, she's here, her name was called out, but she is a parasport athlete. She can only go so fast. Anyway, that was that medal ceremony. It was a unique one, and you'll always remember it. She'll be there for the photographs at least. She's directly under us. Now, this is Catherine O'Neill, former world champion. She's in the club throw. She's from New Ross in County Wexford in Ireland. A great athlete. Around 15 years she's been winning major international medals, and she'll be a live contender here. That was her opening throw in this competition. She'll have 3 throws, and that's 13.18, and she goes 4th. It's a good start.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the athletes for the first semi-final of the women's 200 meters T46.
So it's the women's 200 meters T46 semi-final. Johannes Paikart, Castillo Santos, and Lalwala Paliag. So there is Albertina Johannes of Namibia in lane 3, season's best 29.06. Katarina Paikart, 27.18. This girl's got the lot. She's the world record holder, the Paralympic champion, the world champion. Castillo of Cuba is the one to beat in this semi-final. If anyone's going to beat her, it'll be this lady, Teresina Santos. And it's Lalwala Paliag of Sri Lanka. You'll notice there's always a cameraman in sight when you see a Brazilian athlete, because there's an enormous Brazilian media presence here as they gear up to host the next Paralympic Games in 3 years' time. So Johannes of Namibia on the inside, Paikart, Castillo Santos and Lalwala Paliag, and expect Castillo to win this ahead of Santos. First 3 in each heat go through. The next 2 fastest advance to the final. 5 in this, 5 in the next one. 8 will get into the final. It's a combined event, more than one category. T46 and T47. Looked like the lane 4 to me got away quickly there. It's a false start. Paikart of Poland may well be getting a visit here with a flag or a card. I do hope it's not a red for her sake. Yep, the camera's picking her out as well, so that doesn't look good for Katarina Paikart.
Seems somewhat obvious. Now, will it be a green card or a yellow or something a little bit more serious for the Polish athlete here, Katarzyna Paikart?
They're having a good think about it. Yeah, these are the guys in blue who will make that decision.
Avant le premier coup de feu.
They're all in green.
C'est la rouge. 827 qui est pas prêt. Line 4. Line 4. She started before he shot. And he shot.
Some of these guys share the bus in with us in the mornings. They're always very jolly when they get on the bus. Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour.
Do we agree?
Are they agreeing? It's not worrying moments for Katarzyna Paikart. Does not look good for her. She's trying not to let it get to her. She's just hoping it won't be a red. It's going to be a green, is it? No, it's a red. It's a
red on the other side.
Red on the other side. We saw it the green side round. It's a red. She can't believe it, and they're pointing her away. It was a false start, and Katarzyna Paikart has no option but to take a top and walk off, and that is the end of her place in the semi-final. What a shame, and she just walks off. And it's been consoled by somebody over on the far side. So now, just 4 ladies left in. Johannes of Namibia, Castillo of Cuba, Santos of Brazil, and Lalwala Paliag of Sri Lanka. And she's absolutely gutted by that. And the friend that was consoling her gets a whack with the t-shirt. Such a shame for these athletes. They train so hard for 2 years and then that happens. Tense moments always for sprinters. But the judges were all agreed. And it was a red card. Very necessary, of course, for the sport to be strict. They're a bit more lenient with those with intellectual impairments, but this is a race for people with limb deficiencies. And away extremely fast is Castillo of Cuba and Santos of Brazil. Castillo of Cuba already past. Going extremely well, Castillo. She's the world record holder, the world champion, the Paralympic champion, and she's absolutely streaking away. Castillo of Cuba in the middle lane from Santos of Brazil. So relaxed running, and she's easing up, and she has run 26:09. Castillo of Cuba, very, very relaxed there. 26:09. And she is through to the final. So too is Santos of Brazil. Look how well she runs that first bend, easing away, and she is through along with Santos of Brazil and Johannes of Namibia. Last time we saw her, she didn't look as good as that. Unidis Castillo qualifies 26:07, 27:15 for Teresina Santos, and Albertina Johannes with a personal best qualifies in 28:59. And Lalwala Paliag of Sri Lanka also sets a personal best, 28:62. So you remember Castillo, she was the lady who collapsed after the 400 meters and had took quite a while to be taken off the track. And then she was very happy when she got the medal, and she looked very good during that race. Again, she looked a little bit out of breath at the end of it. I think she's someone that really does give her all, even in the semis. So those are the 3 qualifiers. We've still got the shot put going on and the club throw as well.
Yeah, this is Catherine O'Neill of Ireland in the club throw. She's had her first 3 rounds, and she's getting better all the time. 13:18, 13:33, 13:34. It goes on points. She's up to 8.96, and she's currently 18 points away from the medals. Silver in Christchurch. She's steadily improving, and will have an hour or 4 to think ahead of her next 3 throws. Shot put is next. This is real multitasking, and this is what we expected actually. 3 Algerians in the top 3 spots: Kajena, Bettina and Bakari. They really do dominate this. Kajena won the gold in London, Bettina the gold in Christchurch 2011, and again in Beijing, and actually in Athens also. This is Youssef Idali of Morocco we're watching here. 8.73, a lifetime best set earlier this season, and that's possibly another one because that's close to 10 meters. And he goes into 7th place. But now it's time for the second semi-final of the women's 200 meters T46. There's one athlete in particular in lane 7 who stands out in terms of what she's achieved in her career. It's the top 3 who go through. Alexandra Mokachaya will be hoping she's one of them. She's from Russia. Teresa Yashkova of the Czech Republic in 4.
Lane 5,
Katie
representing the
Walker of the
United
United
States.
States.
Couloir 5 représentant les États-Unis d'Amérique, Katie Walker.
Lane 6, she got the gold
And
medal
Rune
at last
Liebenberg.
Paralympic Games representing South Africa.
South
Couloir
Africa.
6, médaillé de bronze aux derniers Jeux paralympiques, représentant l'Afrique du Sud, Rune Liebenberg.
Lane 7,
The silver
she got the
medalist.
silver medal in the last Paralympic Games
For the Polish
representing
Eagle.
Poland.
Couloir 7, médaillé d'argent aux Jeux
Alicia
paralympiques,
Fyodorov,
représentant la
silver
Pologne,
in this,
Alicia
in the last 2
Fyodorov.
Paralympic Games, and bronze in the 400 in London. Good athlete. First 3 go through, and the 2 fastest losers. Slalwala, who was the only fastest loser in the first semi-final because of the unfortunate disqualification of the other Polish athlete, Katarzyna Pajkat. But it's IAAF rules here, and they are enforced as if it were the IAAF World Championships. And for a category such as this, well, you have to say that's fair enough. Mokachaya, Yakshova, Walker, Liebenberg, Fyodorov. They're underway the first time of asking. Fyodorov in 7 and Liebenberg in 6. Past masters at this, and they're pulling away from the field, level with each other right now in lane 6 and 7. Walker trying to fight back to the United States. Liebenberg looking good for South Africa at the moment. Fyodorov in 7th. They look like there'll certainly be 2 to go through. Liebenberg going very comfortably indeed. Fyodorov behind, and Walker is winning the real battle for 3rd place. It's Liebenberg and Fyodorov and Walker. That's the 1, 2, 3. And for the first 2, no real problem at all. They're alongside each other in 6 and 7. And natural order came to pass in that. 26.62 unofficial, and now it's 26.61 official for Liebenberg.
Interesting story about Liebenberg. She medalled in the Paralympics in London, and her medals were stolen on a flight later in the year. And since we've been here, she has been presented with the new medals by the IPC to replace those that were stolen on a flight. So that was good for her.
And Walker took 3rd place. And Liebenberg really did very well here. There was a real scrape between Walker, Mokachaya and Yashkova, because there were fastest loser places as well to consider. Liebenberg taking a 26.61. Mokachaya also makes the final, which means Lalwala does too. Fyodorov and Liebenberg well ahead of the rest. Walker with a PB, which is very welcome for her, and the fact she's in the final too. Mokachaya and Lalwala Pali Yagaruna have made it into the final as fastest losers. Well, we're moving back to the women's club throw final. This is one of 2 field events which is currently on. It's being led by Moura Ibrahimi of Tunisia. This is a point system, incidentally, because it's a multi-category event. Josie Pearson of Britain is 2nd, Munia Ghazmi of Algeria 3rd, and Catherine O'Neill of Ireland is currently in 4th place. This is Barbora Selanska of the Czech Republic, 13 meters 66 and 13.15, currently having her in 8th place.
So let's see what she can do. The Czech Republic. Again, it's a facing the other way style, and throwing over the top of the head. Against the white flag there. Her best throw so far, 13.66 for 325 points. And this, her 3rd throw. That she stays in 8th position, 12.33. Barbara Solanska. Confirmation there of the standings. Ibrahimi, Pearson, Gasmi, O'Neill and Cole in this women's club throw.
Well, coming up shortly, 1500 meters finals for men in both T36. Artem Arefyev of Russia, Pavel Karagazov and Jose Pompano Sierra are among the features in that. And then at around 17:30, 5:30 Central European time, Michael McKillop goes for the double in the men's 1500 meters T38. That is on very shortly.
Let's take a quick look at what's happening in the men's shot put. Karjina of Algeria leading ahead of Bettina and Bakiri. So Algeria 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. That's the leader, Kamal Karjina.
687.
Season's best of 11.76, personal best 11.24.
Wait, please. AO 105.
His best here 12.23. Second throw. There he is in action. And you can see he improved on his season's best with that throw 12.23, but his third throw was 10.70. He will have 3 more. Possibility of a gold, silver and bronze for Algeria.
So now the first of the two men's 1500 meters finals we have for you. T38 follows, it's T36 now. This was not competed for at either London 2012 or the Beijing Games in 2008. It is a World Championship event though, and we have the world champion from Christchurch, Artem Arefyev. He won the last gold in this event at the Paralympic Games in 2004 in Athens. But they do have other categories such as 800 in this. Pavel Karagazov of Russia, bronze in the 800 in Beijing. Jose Pompano Sierra of Spain, silver in Athens in 2004 in this. Behind Arefyev, Panagiotis Manetas of Greece. Big cheer coming for Alex Delorme of France. Ali Faidan of Bahrain and Alexander Danilya of Belarus. Well, Paul Blake of Britain is the world record holder. He's not in this though. And that world record was set in London May last year, ahead of London 2012. Arefyev won this title in Assen in 2006, retained it in Christchurch in 2011, and this is for the hat-trick. So Arefyev, Karagazov, Pompano Sierra, Manetas, Delorme, Faidan and Danilya are the 7 in this men's 1500 meters T36 final, and Arefyev going to the front straight away. 4:35.64 is personal best, which was set this year. The championship record is 4:39, and already sailing ahead of the rest, ahead of Pompano Sierra, who's second. The other Russian up there too, Karagazov, going quite well. They both medalled in the past, actually all three, the top 3 have all medalled previously. And they're trying to pull away early on. Arefyev with a strong advantage. It's 3 3/4 laps of the track. Not a lot of movement behind at the moment, but 2 Russians and the Spaniard leading the way, and then the Greek Manetas in 4th place, and then a slight gap back towards Danilya for Belarus in 5th. The Frenchman Alex Delorme will get good support as well. We've got 3 laps to go.
It's Arefyev of Russia and Karagazov of Russia also up with him there. The Russians will probably work as a bit of a team here. Pampano Silero of Spain up with them. And it's between these three at the moment as they begin to stretch out down that back straight. Arefiev of Russia. This is for T36 competitors, so these are cerebral palsy runners. It's the second most severe category, and now we've got a Russia 1 and 2. Arefiev in the lead, Karagazov of Russia, and Pampano Silero of Spain just tucked in bronze medal position at the moment. But it's the Russians 1 and 2, and now we see Arefiev making a bit of a break. He's pushing away. He's not waiting for his compatriot Arefiev of Russia now storming away, and the Spaniard decided that he's going to go with him if he can, because he doesn't want to get him too far ahead. He has moved past Karagazov. So Arefiev of Russia has gone very, very early here. Next, it's the Spaniard, Pampano Silero. And in third place now, Karagazov of Russia. Coming round now with 2 laps to go. And has Arefiev gone too early? Because he broke very, very early on that second lap. He's coming over the bell now, but there's no doubt that they are catching him up. Has he gone too early, Will?
Arefiev is right now where he wants to be. Pampano Silero, Spain in second. Karagazov, the other Russian in the field, in third place. And there's quite a bit of bunching with second, third and fourth at the moment, because the Greek Menetas is there also. But Arefiev, who's going for a hat-trick here, and who won this title when it was last contested for at a Paralympic Games in Athens 9 years ago. Well, he's a past master at this. He was 20 years old when he won this title first in Athens, and that gap of anything is getting wider, around 40 minutes at this stage. Arefiev leading by a long way now, with Pampano Silero in second place, Karagazov in third, and then it's Menetas of Greece fourth, and the rest are quite a bit behind. Daniluk back in fifth place. He's around 80 minutes behind the lead at the moment. Arefiev very confident as he comes down the closing straight with the penultimate time, and the bell is on the way.
And Arefiev has certainly extended that lead again. When he went round after the first lap, he looked like he'd gone a little bit too early. But now, as he come back to get the bell, Arefiev stretching out his lead, and it's Pampano Silero of Spain. And then it's Karagazov, the other Russian, and Menetas of Greece hanging in there. And the battle's really going to be for the silver and bronze, because Arefiev has taken the bell and he's absolutely storming down the back straight. And as they go for the bell, it's the Spaniard, then it's the other Russian, and then it's the Greek competitor. Who's going to get this one?
Here's a real contest for silver and bronze at the moment, but Artem Arefiev is well out in front by around, I'd estimate 60 to 70 metres right now. He's looking very, very comfortable indeed. In second, well back, Jose Pampano Silero and Karagazov and Menetas. That's going to be the battle of the day, because right now it is going to be gold all the way for Russia, surely, in this T36 men's 1500 metres. Artem Arefiev, well, he's a past master at this. He's won the last 2 World Championship titles, and he's absolutely flying clear. He's down in the closing straight. He won in Assen, and he won in Christchurch as well. It's going to be 3 in a row in Lyon. Arefiev takes the glory and takes the gold for Russia. And now they're going to take the 2 major medals. It's a world record as well. Superb world record, 4:32.91, and it might be gold and silver for Russia. Karagazov is coming out of Pampano Silero. Karagazov is holding on, and he's holding off the Spaniard. Karagazov second for Russia, Pampano Silero third. It's Menetas who's coming home, fourth for Greece. Fifth for Belarus will be Alexander Daniluk. But, oh, scintillating, great running all the way. A worthy world record, a worthy world champion again, and he smashed the world record of pole play. He's destroyed the championship record he held from 7 years ago by 6 seconds. 4:32.89. Really is a great champion. Russia 1 and 2. Spain get the bronze through Pampano Silero. He's a really wonderful champion. He went so early and the confidence was there, and he kept the pace up.
And he had to pace himself in his own head, because once again the electronic timers down at track level had gone off, so there's nothing down at track level for him to tell him how fast he was going. We've got our own timers up in the TV unit, so we could see that it was going to be very, very fast, but he had no idea. Usually as he goes past the bell, he would have a little look down to his left, and there's that electronic board, but he has set a new world record.
full in concentration all the way, and Artem Arefiev 4:32.91 and breaks his personal best by almost 3 seconds. And Paul Blake's old world record 4:34.42, which was set in one of the trial events for London 2012 at the Olympic Stadium. Well, that's now gone and it's been reset in Lyon. But this was really a great race for a second. And Karagazov, having surely glanced across the track and seen his colleague take the gold and the world record, wanted silver himself. He won bronze in 800 in 2008. Little glance around, saw Pampano Sierra behind. A great surge from Karagazov, and he's got the silver.
And one of the hardest things for these cerebral palsy athletes to do is to keep their style, and we could just see they get tired towards the end of races like that. We could just see how the Spaniard just lost his style, and that's how Karagazov was able to beat him.
Well, he won by 19 seconds, rounded down to 4:32.89. Arefiev gold, Karagazov silver, and Pampano Sierra the bronze.
So an exciting men's 1500 metres in the T36 category, and we like that so much we can have another one straight away, another final of the men's 1500, this for the T38 category. So this is again for cerebral palsy runners, but with lesser impairment, so they will have more mobility, and this is the one that we will see Michael McKillop of Ireland in action in. And you'd expect him to win it because he is far and away the fastest in the final.
Came the silver, season's best 23.18. I think it's the second fastest he's run in his life. It's world record 23.10, set in Mozambique. Towards the end of 2011. World record no longer. Now held by this man, Andrei Vadovin. 22.77, world record, world champion. Russia have done it again. 13 gold medals for them now. And that statistic changes this second.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national de la Fédération de Russie.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalist.
Van der Merwe and Hamdi, regular medalists. And Vadovin. A name for the future no more. A name for the present now. You'll notice the medal givers are going nowhere. There's very good reason for that, because there's three lovely ladies who are ready to bring on the next set of medalists.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for the women's shot put F11.
And it's for the women's shot put S11. And as soon as I saw a couple of tall men, I thought something's gone badly wrong here. But they are the guides, because it is for a category of completely blind athletes, so they need guides. Women's shot put F11.
Bronze medalist.
World record in this as well.
Brazil.
Médaille de bronze représentant le Brésil.
See lots of additional extra camera people here. Parasport is incredibly huge in Brazil. It's very successful at London 2012. It's continued here. They have the Paralympic Games in Rio after they staged the Olympic Games in 2016. As has been the trend since Seoul in 1988. Isabella Campos of Brazil taking the bronze. Silver for China. Jiang Liang Min. Surname goes first in China, as it does in Korea. Zhang is the family name. We'll say Zhang first. She has a medal.
Thank you. Thank you. Gold medalist and world champion, representing Italy.
Well, it was an awesome world record. 16 meters 79. In fact, we're the two longest throws in history in this competition. As for the longest one, Narasunta Legnante of Italy claims the gold medal. Heavy. She got it out 17 meters. That's truly world class.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalist.
It goes on a lot longer than that. You know, this is one of the anthems where the decision to knock it off around the minute mark is, you can see why.
She was a very happy lady when she did her big throw this morning to set that world record, 16:79, and the camera just happened to be really close on her, and she just screamed into it. And she absolutely dwarfs the other two medalists.
It's a big win, big celebration.
And there's some fans in the crowd. You see what I did there? Fans. See, they've got fans. They're athletics fans. And after the medal ceremonies, we get this funky music when people walk off. And then you see the people in the crowd sometimes have a little dance. Depends if there's a lot of Dutch people, they're usually fairly vocal. We've got the Mexican chap who always sings to his people, and the Italian's very, very vocal as well. And of course, if it's a French winner, then it's like a disco here.
So we're heading back to the track.
Ladies and
It's
gentlemen,
another big final
the athletes for the
with another big name.
1500 meters, T38.
And there he is, Michael McKillop, going in the men's 1500 meters T38 final. Now he's normally a T37, but felt it would be a lot more competitive to put the two together. McKillop, well, he's won just about everything for years and years. Mohamed Shami also going in this. He's won won 6 major international titles already, McKillop, including the 800 here and the 8 and the 1500 double at London 2012. Abbas Saidi of Tunisia, Mohamed Chami of Tunisia won the gold in this in 2004 in Athens and the bronze in London. Dion Kenzie of Australia, personal best this year of 4:16. Majid Jamai of Algeria. Alongside him, Dean Miller of Britain. Again, he sets his personal best this year of 4:19. Hafid Aharak of Morocco. Good support for the homeboy. Won bronze in the 800 in 2008 behind Michael McKillop and Brad Scott. Jamel Mastori of France. This is Mariano Dominguez of Argentina. For Belgium and their classic singlet, Basile Meunier. And finally, Petaris Lakis of Latvia. Well, all set. Good crowd in again today. Stadium's full. Men's 1500 T38. So we're underway. McKillop, Saidi, Chami, Kenzie, Jemai, Miller, Aharak, Mastori, Dominguez, Meunier and Lakish. It was a really impressive win at the weekend in the 800 metres for Michael McKillop. Runs in able-bodied competitions as well, and last week the Morton Games in Dublin, they had 5 races in the 800 metres. There was international A, B, C and D. He ran in the B race and he finished second. Really high standard it was, but he did very well. The man who became a national hero in Ireland by doing the 800-1500 double at London 2012, and it's worth pointing out as well, his personal best is 17 seconds faster than anyone else, so he can afford to take it easy for the time being. Dion Kenzie leads for Australia at the moment. We've got 3 laps to go. McKillop comfortably in second place at the moment. Chami in third. Great chance of a medal for him. He's done it in 2 of the last 3 Paralympic Games. McKillop on the outside. He's been running on the regular IAAF circuit quite a lot lately. Ran in the Mary Peters International up in Belfast back in June, named after the 1972 Olympic pentathlon champion, Sebastian Coe. Lord Coe was over at that, and he ran on the inaugural night of international competition there. But it is leading for Australia right now. Dion Kenzie with 2.5 laps to go. McKillop second, Chami third. And he'll really fancy the opportunity. Saidi's moved up as well for Tunisia. They've got a couple of men up there at the moment, but they're all very happy to take it easy right now. But if there's going to be a moment of acceleration, well, McKillop may well be the man to take it. Tactics at the moment. Saidi up in third, McKillop second. And it's Dion Kenzie, 17 years old, who's now fallen back into second because 2 laps to go. McKillop goes. Is anyone going to overtake him in the final 800 metres?
Well, it's Saidi who's the man behind him. Saidi in the red, chasing Michael McKillop. They're on, they've got 800 metres to go, and McKillop is making his break here, and the only person that's anywhere near him at the moment is Saidi of Tunisia in the red, and then it's back to Kenzie of Australia. But look at Michael McKillop go in his bright, luminous yellow running shoes in the green of Ireland, and he's going down the back straight, streaking away, but actually Saidi is beginning to rein him back in. But I have a feeling McKillop's got a lot of running left in him. He's broken away, and now Saidi has got up into second place ahead of the others. He's ahead of the Australian by quite a bit. Kenzie now, as they come in front of the crowd, and the crowd really making some noise here. There's loads of people in the stadium now really cheering him on as he comes down here, ready to take the bell. It's Michael McKillop of Ireland from Saidi and Kenzie of Australia in third.
So here's the bell, and Michael McKillop leads for Ireland. Saidi in second place. Kenzie moving up for Australia, who've had Brad Scott doing very well in the medals in this discipline the last 3-4 years, but it's always been McKillop number 1, and so far that's how it is with 300 metres to go. It's McKillop who leads for Ireland, Saidi second for Tunisia, and Kenzie is third for Australia. McKillop on the far straight. Good gap of around 30 metres. He made a very early break in London, but this time he waited, he bided his time. It's not about the time here. He set the world record in London, and that was a fantastic 3:59. It's all about the World Championship gold here. He's won in Essen in 2006, Beijing 2008, Christchurch 2011, London 2012 when he did the double. One final turn from Michael McKillop. So comfortable, so smooth, so champion. Inside the final 50, it's Michael McKillop, a glorious double in London, and now a double world champion in a world championship record time. Michael McKillop does it again, he wins for Ireland. Saidi gets the silver and Kenzie the bronze, but it's Irish gold again for Michael McKillop, and he's broken his own championship record by well over 4 seconds. He's a roommate of Jason Smith. They've got 4 gold medals in the one room, which is a lot more than most continents get. He's done fantastically.
It would be interesting to see where their room would come on the medal table if their room was a country. We might do that for a bit of fun later on. But they've got 4 golds just in that one room. And he's very happy. He's just going around the rest of the field and just shaking hands with everybody. And now he's done that. Very polite young man. He's now going off for the lap of honour. But he waited to congratulate everyone, and now he's off for his lap. So well over 4 seconds off that championship record.
Yeah, 4:10.17 is the refined championship record. And it wasn't really about breaking the world record here, because he did that in London. Probably the greatest night of his life, doing the double, the 800, the 1500, where he's presented the gold medal by his mother. He's just got such a lovely smile, and he knew victory was his. And I'll be honest with you, I think he probably was going at 80% pace there, really. He had such a comfortable margin going into the race. Knew he really didn't have to exert himself massively. Obviously he has to a certain extent. It's the world final after all, but he's so far high ahead of the rest. Championship record 4:10. He's a fantastic champion. He actually qualified for the gold post boxes for being a London 2012 champion, even though he wasn't running for Britain there. Him and Jason Smith, both being Irish champions from Northern Ireland, both got them. So Michael McKillop is a world champion on the double, just like his roommate. 4:10.17, Saidi second, and Kenzie, with a personal best, gets the bronze. And if their room was a nation, they would be 10th on the medal table.
So that's phenomenal. The 2 Irishmen between them, if they were a country, would be 10th. Ahead of some very, very big countries like Spain and Morocco. Phenomenal.
Now let's go to the women's club throw after that excitement, and this should be Kim Sun-young of Korea. This is the situation. Catherine O'Neill of Ireland, well, she's in 4th place. I'm sure having watched that will feel extra inspired now, but she's been a world champion herself and a Paralympic Games medalist, so it will be a nice little boost for a woman who's done this before. A very good discus thrower as well.
And you see there she gets a choice of clubs, and she's picked that one. Just limbering up with it. So Kim Sun-young of Korea throws that. Now this is her first effort, so we don't have any target or so to beat. She's the 12th person to throw. And at the moment, the people who have thrown have registered between 12.91 at the bottom and 22.32 at the top. It's a very large field here. That's good enough to take her up to 5th, 10.82, 864 points she'll get for that. Up to 5th place. Again, she picks that club. Got another final coming up, the women's 100 metres T38. Again, this is for cerebral palsy runners. So let's have a look at the field. Agnieszka Vejrakova of the Czech Republic. Tarita Isaac of Australia, 14.50 her personal best. Margarita Goncharova of Russia in lane 3, a PB of 13.45. This season she's gone 13.95. There's Sophie Hahn. Never get much of an expression from Sophie before a race. This is the new world record holder. She had a new championship and world record here. When was it? Yesterday. 13.19. You get a much better wave from the other Brit in the race. That's Olivia Breen. One of the best smiles of the championship. 13.89. Chen Junfei of China. 13.53. She'll be in with a chance. And with a personal best of 14.72, Amal Yousaf of Egypt. And confirmation there of that championship and world record set yesterday in the semi-finals by Veronica Ippolito of Brazil. So the ones to look out for here, Goncharova of Russia in 3, Ippolito of Brazil in 5, and Chen of China in 7. Notice that Sophie Hahn of Great Britain likes to start from a standing position. So, Goncharova in 3, Ippolito in 5, Chen in 7. They're the ones to watch. And away they go. It's a great start for Goncharova. It's also a great start for Ippolito, but Chen of China coming. And now here comes Sophie Hahn. Sophie Hahn with a great run for Great Britain has come storming through. Sophie Hahn's going to get it. Sophie Hahn wins it. Sophie Hahn wins it and a new world record. Phenomenal stuff from the Brit with the standing start. She had brilliant athletes either side, Goncharova and Ippolito, but Sophie Hahn of Great Britain has won 13.10. It's a new world record for the Brit. Sophie Hahn has won it for Great Britain ahead of Goncharova and Ippolito. Ippolito got the silver, Goncharova got the bronze, but Sophie Hahn, we didn't have a personal best time for her coming in, but I tell you what her personal best is now. It's 13.10, and it's also a new world record. And the crowd just being told of that, the Star Wars music comes. So Sophie Hahn was away well here, but either side of her, the athletes doing really well. And at one point, Chen of China was in the lead, and then Sophie Hahn just seemed to put her foot on the gas and came storming through to win gold. And there's people around me absolutely stunned by that. Chen of China, Ippolito of Brazil, Goncharova of Russia, and Sophie Hahn has beaten them all. She punches the air with delight to set a new world record.
Oh, I saw that down trackside, and the speed of the one, particularly in the final 20-30 minutes, was absolutely impressive. Ippolito, you could see in her face, she was a beaten athlete. She was the hot favourite for that. What a world record, 13.10. Hahn absolutely blistered us, and Chen Yunfei and Goncharova, all athletes, regularly medal, regularly get gold, and Hahn's beaten them all.
And when we saw them at the start, we saw the contrast between the two British athletes. Olivia Breen gave us the lovely wave she always gives us with her braces smile. Sophie Hahn, no expression at all. She was completely in the zone where athletes go. She did the standing start. She was between two brilliant athletes in Ippolito and Goncharova. Chen made the early start, was leading, I would say, at the 50-metre mark. And then Sophie Hahn just, I don't know where the speed came from, but she came storming through. And it's a brilliant, brilliant win. And yet another world record we've seen here today. 13.10 against a 0.6 metres per second wind.
Well, the thing to remember as well, Jeremy, is a really, really fast track. It's perfect for the sprinters, and it means that she picks up for Great Britain
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony
their 10th gold medal of the Games, and only Russia have won more.
Mesdames et messieurs, cérémonie protocolaire du 200 mètres et hommes T38.
The medals will be presented by the director of the prefecture office for the Rhône-Alpes region.
Les médailles seront remises par le directeur de cabinet de la préfecture.
Now this will be
And by the president
one of the
World
greats
League for the
being
athletes with
rewarded
an
here.
intellectual disability.
It is
par la
the
présidente de la Ligue
medal ceremony for the men's 200 metres T38
Bronze medalist representing Great
a few
Britain.
hours ago.
Médaille de bronze représentant la Grande-Bretagne, Lee Whiteley.
Lee Whiteley looking delighted.
It was a European record, 23 seconds dead. Edson Pinheiro just behind him did the same, the Brazilian. Just run out of it.
It's a little puff, a little smile. There's your Lyon Lee, and waves to the crowd.
Representing South Africa.
Médaille d'argent représentant l'Afrique du Sud, Diane
Silver for South Africa, and Diane, well, they call him Diane Bouy, with the French way of saying it, but in South Africa they'll call him Diane Boys. And he gets the silver medal. Very proud to get his Lion.
Gold medalist and world
Springbok
champion
colours.
representing Australia.
Médaille d'or et champion du monde représentant l'Australie, Evan O'Hanlon.
And it's an Australian who gets gold, Evan O'Hanlon. What a phenomenon this guy is. 3 weeks ago, he was in hospital with meningitis. And he's somehow shaken that off, come back here and won gold in the green and yellow of Australia. Someone once asked me what's the difference between the South African colours and the Australian colours, and the answer was South Africa wear green and yellow, Australia wear yellow and green.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And actually, the South African's a little bit darker green.
Australia.
So let's enjoy Advance Australia.
Pour l'hymne national de l'Australie.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalist.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés mondiaux.
He's not done yet. Evan O'Hanlon now wants to enter the 400. He's won gold at 1 and 2. ...2008 was the last time he won 3 golds at a major championships. That was in Beijing at the Paralympic Games. Would you put it past him? Of course not.
Crowd enjoying the sunshine here. Nice little impromptu hat there, made out of a programme, I would think.
Juliana Witt is watching in Florida, and we're really
Ladies and
grateful you are.
gentlemen, victory ceremony.
Along with the many
for men's 200
tens of
meters
thousands for you.
53.
There's another medal ceremony for you to enjoy. The men's 200 T53.
When I walk around in the crowd, the one thing that people ask me when they know that I'm British, do you know the one question they ask me? Have they named the royal baby yet? And the answer is no, they haven't, but also, how would I know? I'm here commentating on the athletics. Do you think that William and Kate are going to give me a ring and say, oh, just in case anyone asks, we called him George?
Brent. It'll be Brent, I think.
Will it be Brent?
Pierre Fairbank, personal best in this, 24.84. Well, if it was 24.84, it would have been a world record, 26.84 for Pierre Fairbank, the bronze medal for France in this men's 200 metres T53.
Now, Brent is a great champion, but I can't see Great Britain having a king one day called King Brent. I don't think that would work. I think it's going to be George. But I had money on it being Diana, but then when it was a boy, I thought, I'm not sure I'm going to win that bet now.
Here's Li Huzhao, silver medalist for China. Four gold medals for them so far. 9 silver. I'd have actually expected that to be reversed on past form. Top of the medals table in both the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games in Beijing, and carried that on.
Champion representing Canada.
Games.
Médaille d'or et champion du monde représentant le Canada, Brent Lakatos.
And Brent Lakatos of Canada, championship record, gets the gold medal, the second for Canada in these games. Well, he was on a silver streak. Now it's that golden feeling of being a world champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the national anthem of Canada.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national du Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen,
So Canada's second gold medal of the Games, their 7th overall. I've steered you wrong, by the way. It's only 13th in the medal table for the Smith-McKillop room, because Smith hasn't won Ireland's 4th gold medal yet.
Ah. Yes, you do have to actually win them to get on the medal table, but we know he will win it.
It's sport, take nothing for granted.
Okay, I'm going to give you a royal baby update because people keep asking me. The latest is, we still don't know the name. The Queen has had a half-an-hour visit to Kensington Palace to meet her new great-grandson. He's the son of the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, and he's third in line to the throne. And somebody asked me when I was having lunch if they'd named the royal baby yet, and I said, no, they haven't got a name yet. All I know is that he's £8, and they said, how can you put a value on a baby? Wait. Allez la France, men's 100 metres T34 final.
Yes, and going in this is the London 2012 champion for 100 and 200, Walid Katila. Got a great run of sprint finals today. Defending champion in this actually comes from France and has been used on the poster an awful lot, along with Amélie Lefebvre. And you'll see him quickly. This is in lane
ladies
1.
and gentlemen, introducing the athletes for the final of the men's 100 meters.
It'll be competitive. 5 of the 8 have won major championship medals before. The recent gold medals are in lanes 5 and lane 1.
Lane 1 is the world champion representing France.
One gold in Christchurch. Sébastien Mowbray, the reigning world champion. Alongside him, 16-year-old Austin Smink of Canada. Personal best set this year of 17 seconds. You can only go quicker. Henry Manny of Finland. He's in lane 3. Reid McCracken, silver in 2012 in London in this, bronze in the 200, aiming for another medal for Australia. If it's going to be gold, then realistically he has to beat this man, the double sprint champion, 100, 200, London 2012. Walid Katila of Tunisia. It's the stare of a steely champion. Bojan Mitic of Switzerland is in lane 6. Orange singlet of the Netherlands, Stefan Rush, bronze medalist in Christchurch 2 years ago. Stefan Rush. And a strong candidate for a medal is Mohammed Hamadi of the United Arab Emirates. Silver in the 200 in London, bronze in this, the 100, and silver in the last World Championships in 2011. Hamadi of the United Arab Emirates. Putting quite a bit of money into sport these days. It's a combined event, but all of these are T34s that have made it. Mowbray in 1, Smink 2, Mani 3, McCracken 4, Katila 5, Mitic 6, Rush 7, and Hamadi is in lane 8. Final of the men's 100 meters, T34. Away first time, they'll all start slowly, but then they'll speed up. Mitic going very well in 6, and Rush in 7 for the Netherlands. But Katila always tends to come late, and here he comes now. Mowbray going well in 1, but Katila's taking the lead ahead of McCracken, and Katila's going to win it. McCracken in second place. 16:06 is very fast, and Katila retains his crown that he claimed at London 2012 when he won the Paralympic title last year. McCracken is second for Australia. And Rush chopped the blanket, finished for bronze. Wally Katila 16.07, and well, once he gets going, he stays there. And he's done it again for Tunisia. Really is a tremendous athlete. And McCracken second. It's a good blanket finish, really across the whole lake, to be honest. It's a quality field. But at the front, again, the man they all had to beat. They beat all of them. Walid Katila. McCracken gave it a really solid goal from midway. He just couldn't get back at Katila. And McCracken, like me, 16 years old, they'll be good one day, and it's not that far away. The outgoing world champion finished 7th in that Mowbray. Katila wins, gold for Tunisia, silver McCracken Australia, bronze Rush of the Netherlands. And what a headwind, by the way, 1.4 into their faces.
Got another great final coming up straight away. The 100 meters T46 featuring Johansson Nascimento, one of my favourite athletes. Let's just have a replay here and look how the eventual winner comes through in the second half of the race. Walid Katila sits up, doesn't even look out of breath, does he? He's won it, and the fans with their fans give him good applause. Canadian flags in the stadium tonight. They've enjoyed seeing Brent Lakatos. So we'll have a bit more club throw, and then we'll be back out on the track for the next of the finals, which is the men's 100 meters T46. That's for the people with limb deficiencies. So Kim has moved up to 4th position now.
And O'Neill has dropped to 5th.
Becky Richter of Canada already set the North American record. She's in the lead at the moment.
I'll tell you about the world record. It's only put Kim Sung-yong into 5th place above Catherine O'Neill because she's in a particular category where she needs to do higher and better to get into 1st place. So Kim, with a world record, is 5th, and that's 11:28. in the F31 category, and she set the previous world record herself at London 2012.
And this is the lady that's leading, and it's a little confusing, but she set a North American record, but she's actually in the lead ahead of someone who's thrown the world record, because they're in different classifications, 3 different classifications in here, which are F31 and 32 and F51. And so it's done on a point system, and this is the lady in the lead at the moment, 14th person to throw. She threw 14.55 for that North American record, and then next throw wasn't as far, 14.37. And this will be our 3rd throw. So her technique very different. Previous people we've seen throwing over the top of their head, she throws with her left hand around the side, and that's even better. So she's improved her North American record, she's stretched her lead at the top, and that is 15 meters exactly. A nice close-up of someone's legs there. So this is how it's going at the moment, just Becky Richter in the lead with that North American record, ahead of Ibrahimi of Tunisia, Josie Pearson of Great Britain, Gazmi of Algeria, and Kim of Korea, in a different classification, who set a world record but is 5th overall, and Catherine O'Neill has dropped down to 6th, Zena Cole and Gemma Prescott. That's the top 8. So, stand by for more track action. And this features one of my favourite athletes in the competition. It's the Brazilian Johansson Nascimento. He's in lane 5. Watch out also for Michael Dieris of Poland in 3 and Gabriel Cole of Australia in 4. And Ola Abidogun for Great Britain in 7 has been improving drastically. Bruno Araújo of Brazil, 11.36, his personal best set this season. There's Simon Patmore of Australia, 11.02, gives a wave to us. He's about to blow us a kiss, but we've come away to see Michael Dieris of Poland. Personal best 10.91, again set this season. A few poles in the crowd. Bouncing up and down, it's Gabriel Cole of Australia, 10.92, again set this season. This is the man who got double gold in London. He's already won the title here in the 200 metres. This is the 100 metres, Johansson Nascimento. And when he won the 200, he did cartwheels of delight despite not having any hands. Gonzalez Isidora of Cuba, personal best 10.97. He's looking cool in the shades. In the Union Jack, it's Ola Abidogun. Shrugs his shoulders. And this is Vadim Trunov of Russia, 11.19. So you'd expect it to be between Dieris, Cole and Nascimento. It's another combined event, so there will be T46 and T45 and T47 competitors in this. 1 is Araújo of Brazil, 2 Patmore of Australia, 3 Dieris of Poland, 4 Cole of Australia, 5 Nascimento of Brazil, the last to go down, 6 Gonzalez Isidora of Cuba, 7 Abidogun of Great Britain, and lane 8 Trunov of Russia. Away they go, and Nascimento is away well, so too is Cole, so too is Diras. And it's Diras of Poland who's taking the lead. Diras of Poland in the lead from Cole, then Nascimento. Diras is going to get it, Cole is second, Nascimento third. It's a championship record for Michael Diras of Poland, 10.94, a new championship record. Michael Diras of Poland, he started well. At this point, Cole of Australia's up with him, Nascimento hanging back. Diras of Poland pulling away here. It's the Australian Cole in second place, Nascimento of Brazil in third. He's been rounded down even better, 10.93, a new championship record, 10.96 for Cole, 10.99 for Nascimento. That's your 1, 2, 3. It's a new championship record and world title for Michael Diras of Poland. Silver for Cole. I think, yes, he gets it, and Nascimento bronze. And there we see the photo finish. So Michael Diras has been promising to do that. His personal best 10.91, Cole's 10.92, Nascimento's 10.94, and that proved a very good indicator because that's the way they've finished. He set a new championship record. Cole has got a new area record. Nascimento, who's the 200-meter champions, run a season's best. And then Gonzalez Isidoria, he set a championship record for the T46 category as well. Just a reminder that they're different categories, so you could have 2 championship records. One is for the T47s, Diras, and Gonzalez Isidoria for the T46s, and Gabriel Cole setting a new regional record for the T47s for Australasia.
I was down trackside watching that as well. It was quite remarkable because Diras didn't really dip. Cole and Nascimento did, but Diras just had the right pace and speed in order to stay in front to get that championship record of 10.93. Very impressive for the pole.
Great to see a championship record, but I just would have liked to see Johansson Nascimento win it because I'd like to have had another look at that cartwheel that he does when he wins.
Now, this is the women's club throw. We told you about a world record earlier, which was set by Kim Sum-yong, and this was it. But because it's a multi-category event, it's only in 5th place at the moment. It's 11 meters 28. But good to have a surprise, it's worth saying, by the way, in reference to that men's 100 meters. Keep sport alive. So Kim has a world record and she's 5th. So the field events just keep on coming. We've got 2 on at the moment, and now we've got actually we've a 3rd that'll be coming very shortly. There's men's long jump event. Prior to that, there's going to be women's javelin. So very shortly, say in the next 10 minutes, there'll be 4 events that will be in progress.
I think you're right, surprises are great in sport. I love surprises, but I do like to know what they're going to be. And actually, it wasn't that much of a surprise that Diras won that because he did have the fastest personal best. I think I was letting my heart rule my head because I thought Nascimento might have won it. But he's more of a 200-meter runner.
Well, this is the women's javelin throw across 2 categories, F57, F58. The F is for field, not female. A bronze medalist, London 2012, Larissa Volik of Russia. He's one to watch. Sylvia Grant is now 50 years old. She's not the oldest Jamaican athlete around. Merle Notti's still knocking about, representing Slovenia these days. Liu Ming won the gold in London, by the way. And Safia Jalal of Algeria won the gold as a 21-year-old in Athens 2004. So Volik with her first throw, she's warmed up sufficiently. And a series of warm-up throws, and then they get a series of throws. Depending on the category, they either get 3 or 6 throws in a row. We'll tell you how she did later, because that'll go on for quite a while. Now we have another 100 meters final. This is T12 for medium visual impairment, women's 100. And all these athletes in the last two major championships have won something. The potential of this being properly spectacular. For Slovakia, Hanka Kolnikova won silver in the last World Championships in Christchurch 2011. She has the slowest personal best of the four. She one of two athletes that doesn't have a guide. Xu Ruhua, who won the gold at London, is one of those who does. Li Ji is a guide. She holds the world record, 11.91 set, in winning that London gold. Set the championship record yesterday in the semi-final. Oksana Batorchuk of the Ukraine, bronze in London, 400 silver in London, won gold in this in the Beijing Games. And the reigning world champion for Great Britain, Libby Clegg, silver in London 2012, silver in Beijing as well 4 years earlier. She has a guide in Mikael Huggins. So Xu in 3 holds both major records and the championship records set 24 hours ago. Batorchuk is very fast in a semi-final. She won that. Xu won hers. Clegg and Kolnikova went through as fast as losers. Real quality field. Kolnikova in 1, Xu in 3, Batorchuk 5, Clegg in 7. Away first time. Good start by Batorchuk in 5, and now Xu is going to come. Clegg is going well in 7. My word, they're all leaving it halfway. Now Xu is moving it on. Can Xu hang on? Clegg is arriving. Clegg might just have done it. It's a championship record. Whoever won it, it was either Xu or Clegg. Xu's guide released her, and Xu's been given it. 12.19. Clegg was very, very close, but not close enough. Xu has been given the gold. It's really interesting here because Xu broke away from a guide, Clegg stayed with hers, and Xu just nicked it. Batorchuk got 3rd. And Kolnikova was 4th. Now Kolnikova just obscured by Xu's guide, but it's definitely Xu's victory. There's real power out of the blocks by Batorchuk, and she led by that stage, but it's fantastic to see a 100 meters race, and with 40 to go, any one of 4 can win it. But Xu was released at the right time by our guide. The binding little hoop came free, and she's still holding that, and she'll be holding the gold shortly. 12.19 is the championship record. Well, she won gold in London, and she's done it again here. The world champion dethroned, but only by a matter of, I would say barely, 2 or 3 hundredths of a second, if that. It is a championship record for Xu. The rest of the times are still being deliberated on. Clegg got 2nd for me, I have to say, but Batorchuk 3rd. But I think Kolnikova was obscured by Xu's guide, Li Ji, and so they're just waiting for the result.
It was very tight. I went down, I followed your example, went down to trackside. They're very quick when they go past. We get a much better view up here, but you really do get the excitement down there.
Well, even the photo finish is being worked on right now. It really is worth it. Normally, coming the IAAF Championships, we find ourselves up in the gods, but we're given a prime front row seat for Usain Bolt in London, and that was fantastic. Xu, championship record, 12.19, 4 hundredths of a second, then to Libby Clegg, and Batorchuk did indeed take the bronze. Now this was incredibly tight. Ignore the fluorescent yellow. But Torchuk herself could very easily have taken that. It's just so close. But in the end, it was Zhu who just edged Clegg. Zhu didn't really dip, Clegg did. That's 200 metres finals in a row in which we've seen that happen, but it hasn't cost the eventual winner.
And I was down at trackside and I heard the guide telling Libby Clegg to dip, and she did. And that, of course, is vital for runners with limited visibility, to be told exactly when they're coming to the line, because you need to know exactly when to dip to make sure that you're the person whose chest breaks the line first. So we've got quite a few events still going on in the stadium.
Well, we've got 3 running, and we will very shortly have a 4th. I think one of the names, one of the faces you'll recognise from earlier in the week. Men's long jump, T44 final. Features the reigning world champion. Went on to claim the London 2012 crown. That's Marcus Reim of Germany. There was high jump, Joel, in London. And here for Maciej Lapiato of Poland. And Casey Tibbs of the United States won bronze in 2011 in Christchurch at the last World Championships and in Beijing 2008. Ronald Hertog is a really good high jumper as well, and excellent sprinter. 7:09 is his personal best set this year, which makes him a live candidate for this. And we're now in the segment, by the way, which is being broadcast live on French television, on terrestrial TV. France capped.
Wouldn't it be good if there was a medal ceremony where France won a major medal? If only they... Oh, hang on.
Yes,
they did. Yes, we had a note to say the medal ceremony order would be changing so that French TV could be live when they get their medal. But that's fair enough. They've put on a marvellous games here. No reason at all why the whole of the country shouldn't see the medal.
Well, there is French representation of this as well through Jean-Baptiste Alaïs. French athletes in the field events have tended to be the last to be called out. Marcus Reim has won gold in the last 2 major championships. Holds the world record, 7 meters 35, set in winning gold at London 2012. So many world records set during that games. Really inspirational venue. It's fantastic, by the way, to get in at 10 a.m. every single morning during the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games. I say this as an athletics fan, as a long-standing athletics fan, and to find 80,000 people there. And the golds, and the finals, and the hits just keep on coming.
Next up, it's the women's 100 metres T13, so this is for athletes with the most visibility of the T11, T12s and T13s. The T13s have most visibility. Ilse Hayes of South Africa is the world champion from 2 years ago. And you can hear some singing, which tells you there's a Mexican in the race. Tiara Cáceres of Mexico. And the Mexican leader of the delegation, Octavio, whenever there's a Mexican in, he goes to the front and he sings, and he has a lovely, lovely voice. We chatted to him on the programme this morning. And I'll tell you what, if Mexico win another gold, I'm going to get him up here and see if he'll sing the Mexican anthem as the flag goes up live on Paralympic Sport TV. I'm sure he will. He's quite a character, Octavio. Bronze medalist from the World Championship, Sana Benhama of Morocco, PB of 12:54. From Mexico, Tiara Cáceres. You can hear Octavio shouting for her. I don't think she'll be medaling. This is Ilse Hayes, the reigning world world champion, and she holds the championship record as well of 12:49. Her PB is 12:38. Tomomi Sato of Japan. And a good outside bet is Alina Glebova of the Ukraine, because the Ukrainians have had a very good games. She's got the look of Madonna about her with that gap between her front teeth and the blonde hair. So Ilse Hayes in the middle lane in the green of South Africa is the one to beat. The reigning champion and championship record holder. Look out also for the Moroccan on the inside in the red, and Glebova of Ukraine on the outside in the blue. So it's Sana Ben-Hamer in 2, Tiari Cazares in 3, Ilse Hayes in 4, Tomimi Sato in 5, and Alina Glebova in 6. And away very quickly is Ilse Hayes in the middle, and so too is Glebova of the Ukraine. It's going to be between these two, but Ben-Hamer of Morocco coming up very quickly. Glebova of the Ukraine is going to get it. Glebova of the Ukraine from Hayes of South Africa and Ben-Hamer of Morocco. Hayes has been beaten into second, and she's lost her championship record as well. It's 12:35 for Alina Glebova of the Ukraine. It was Hayes who was away really well, but then she was hauled back in by the taller girl, Alina Glebova of the Ukraine, in the blue. It's another gold for Ukraine. We're going to hear that anthem once again. She's also set a championship record. But you could see how Ilse Hayes was away the best there. Much easier for a shorter woman to get away quickly, but then the long legs of Alina Glebova caught up with her, and she has set a new championship record for the Ukraine. Well, should be delighted with that.
Done it again. They are a great sprinting nation. It's their 9th gold medal of these games. Just got in well ahead of Ilse Hayes and really wasn't going to be denied their championship record. And again, the technique's superb. And again, these times, we're talking about athletes who have lost more than half their vision. Again, it's a world-class time.
And I said she's got the look of Madonna about her with her blonde hair and the gap between her two front teeth. Now it's time to strike a pose and vogue. Alina Glebova, championship record, 12:32. It's the best Madonna song I could think of. There were a few I could think of that were very inappropriate. Ilse Hayes of South Africa getting the silver. Sana Ben-Hamer of Morocco getting the bronze. And a personal best, let's give her a mention, for Mexico, Tiare Cazares.
Perish the thought. Shot puts is now over. And this is how it finished. The 1, 2, 3 in this event, and Muna Bakiri of Algeria coming third, just over 10 meters. Algeria got the 1, 2, 3 in the last World Championship in Christchurch and at London 2012. And what are the odds they've done it here? Karen Bettina gets the silver medal, and it's a familiar singlet claiming the gold. Really good hurl out, and that would be that. It's Kamel Karjena who won the gold in London and the silver at the last World Championship. Well, he's world champion now, is Kamel Karjena. He takes the gold medal. Algeria 1, 2, 3, and right now there's no nation that can keep up with them. They are rocking the rest. So Karjena gold, Bettina silver, Bakiri bronze, Algeria, Algeria, Algeria.
And I'll tell you what, this French crowd love Queen. They love We Will Rock You. Right up to date with the modern trends. Young people's music. And would you believe it, that the actual people we've picked out in the crowd there, none of them are clapping, but let me tell you, there are lots that are. So let's go to the long jump. Here's the American. Looks a bit of a cool dude with his luminous shades, Paul Peterson. This is a first attempt. just stands there, hand on hips, and says, I'll wait for this Queen music to finish, and then I will go in my own time. Thank you very much for asking. Just 2 people have jumped so far. Lepiato of Poland has jumped season's best 6:16, and Fujishima of Japan has jumped to season's best 5:61. I don't think he'll jump while there's all this noise from the stadium announcer.
Lepiato's just got in front. He went out 6:16. The man who won the high jump had a season's best with the pole. Daisuke Fujishima, second for Japan, 5:61. Now Peterson comes.
He decides he will go because otherwise he's going to be out of time. Had to put in a few extra little steps there and lost a bit of his momentum to make sure he didn't go wrong on the board.
I know we're watching at an angle, but that could be very close to his lifetime best of 6:14. I think he went out a long way. He got a white flag instantly, and that lifetime best was set this year.
I'm surprised they don't pull more muscles, groin strains and things, because he puts his leg right out to the side. The blade leg goes right out to the side. He lands very awkwardly, but he seems okay. Getting applause.
The champion, by the way, of both the Paralympics and the last World Championships, had a foul in the first round. 6:14 by Peterson, and that equals his lifetime best. He goes second.
Oh, we haven't had a medal ceremony. Oh, hang on, here's one now.
This will be the men's 200 metres T54.
Now we'll see how many Dutch fans are in the crowd. I've seen lots of people in orange shirts in the stands across the day.
Finally, a breakthrough. The 200 metres for the eventual champion. For years since he managed to win something at this discipline. Well, side John Conjen, very good and consistent all week. And now he has bronze medal. Silver for Finland and Leo-Pekka Tati, 25:51 in the end. Edged out Kongen and Mark Schul of Germany. In the end, it was a really good margin of victory. 0.41 of a second. The man who held the championship record going into this, but that was from 2006, 2 championships ago. Set a new one here, and he's got the gold medal, Kenny van Weigel of the Netherlands.
And I can confirm there are a lot of Dutch people in the crowd, so there was an enormous cheer for Kenny.
24 hours for them. Maris Boyson won the long jump yesterday. Kenny van Weigel, men's 200 today at T54. It's their second gold of the week.
messieurs les médaillés mondiaux.
And Kenny's final was one of the few finals today that hasn't had some kind of a record. Just looking back at it, we've had all sorts of good records. There's a championship record from Liu of China. Shvetkov's given a championship record. Vadovin of Russia, a world record. A Hanlon set a championship record. Brent Lakatos, a championship record. Arefiev, he gave us a world record. McKillop gave us a championship record. And Sophie Hahn, a new world record. And Michael Dearest, a championship record as well. So we really have seen the records tumble. Zhu of China, a championship record. Glebova, a championship record. I think the only other one that was a final where we didn't see a record was Walid Katila in the 100 metres T34s. But Kenny won't mind that. Must be a very quick track down there. Either that or everyone's just getting better and better.
For the men's
Well, it's a
1500 meter
fantastic track. It was relayed in the past year. Stadium renovated for these World Championships. Stade de Rome. Quite a few temporary stands put in, so the capacity is up around 5,000 now. We've been getting more than half full for most of the evenings. Probably going to be the big question as we went into the weekdays, how much of a crowd we're going to have, because it was very strong at the weekends, but it's been very, very good here. So in this T36 1500 meter ceremony, it was only a couple of races ago actually. It was a superb world record. This is Jose Campagno Sierra. Overjoyed. Spain. Campagno Sierra. That's the bronze medal. Pavel Gazov is the silver for Russia.
Gold medalist and world champion representing the Russian Federation.
Médaille d'or et champion du monde, représentant la Fédération de Russie, Artem Arefiev.
Well, this is a great champion. He did it in a world record and he absolutely peeled away at the start, kept going. He knows what he's doing because he's lots of these gold medals throughout his career, and he's got another one now. World champion yet again. World champion for the third successive running.
Ladies and gentlemen,
World champion for only 2 years now. World champion 2006, 2011, 2013. Don't know if he's thinking about Doha already. It'll be on the horizon before we know it. Another gold for Russia. World champion and world record holder, as he was before and as he is now. Circumstances are different. Artem Arefiev with the gold. Just see, by the way, Masters Lepiato warming up behind him. now in second place in the men's long jump final. The Dutch anthem we heard a few minutes ago was obviously very inspirational for Ronald Hertog, because he's taken the lead in that with a leap of 6.64. They're having fun.
And the French looking forward to the arrival of Mandy Francois Elie in this 100 meters T37.
Here is Casey Tibbs going in the long jump, the T44. Lots of blades involved in this. It's won bronze twice previously. 2011, 2008. Saw Alliez a few moments ago go to 5.78. That was 5th place.
Queen are back. We will rock you. The stadium announcer doing his best to get this stadium absolutely rocking. This session live on French television. And we're going to see Mandy Francois Elie up against Joanna Benson of Namibia and Victoria Kravchenko of the Ukraine in the 100 meters T37 final. The crowd will go mad for that. It's very noisy while Fujishima of Japan is ready for his jump, ready to have his jump, with virtually a rave breaking out in the stands. Still, usually the long jumpers like people clapping, and they're certainly clapping along to this. So I think Fujishima will just have to go. Still waiting. He will have to go soon. Just waiting for the beat. Oh, you see, he should have gone. He should have gone. Now they've stopped and they're going to be announcing who the runners and riders are. Here he goes, Fujishima of Japan. Oh, it looks a good one. Now his best so far was a season's best of 5.61, and he put everything into that. He just went at the wrong time, just as they were changing the music. That looked very good indeed. His best so far, 5.61, a season's best. Turns round, I think he's happy with it. .540, not quite as good as his first one. That was into more of a headwind. 0.8 the last headwind, this time 1.2. And his coach just saying to him, look, this is what you're doing wrong. That's how you want to do it. See, that's how you do it. And he said, yep, okay, I'll try that, coach. And then he walks away thinking, yeah, you've not got to do it, mate. I've got to do it. And off he goes. Well, the atmosphere really building up for the big race with Mandy Francois Elie, as far as the home crowd are concerned anyway. It's really rocking here in the main stand at the Stade de Rome. You're watching Paralympic Sport TV with me, Jeremy Nicholas, and Will Downing. Marcel Hook still to come later tonight.
And the slow pan across for the women's 100 meters final, T37. Just about everybody here has won something in their career recently. 2 from Britain, 1 from Germany, Ukraine, France, Namibia, Tunisia and Russia. Bethany Woodward, 200 in the silver at London 2012. Her fellow Breton, Katrina Hart, bronze in the last World Championships in Christchurch 2 years ago. Maria Seifert of Germany, silver in the last World Championships 2011, bronze in this in Beijing in 2008, bronze in the 200 at London 2012. She's a good, consistent athlete. We saw her in the 200 as well. Victoria Kravchenko is the reigning world champion from Ukraine. Silver in this in 2008. They've had a great games. Biggest cheer is coming. champion at London 2012. Gold here in the 200 for France. Mandy Françoise Ali. There's a huge crowd around it. A decent audience on French TV, and they want to see her beat the rest. Well, she did that with the next two in London because Joanna Benson won silver in this. Gold in the 200 for Namibia. Neda Bahi won the bronze in the 100 at the Paralympic Games last year, behind Benson and the winner Françoise Ali, but she did win gold in the 400. Neda Bahi of Tunisia, and in lane 8, Anna Sapoznikova of Russia. Well, she's an improving athlete. Happy birthday for Friday. She'll be 16. She will be happy. She'll be after this. Françoise Ali is the world record holder. And that was set last month in Saint-Cyr-sur-Loire. She, yesterday, set the championship record in the semi-final. And it's what a lot of fans have come here to see. Woodward in 1, Hart in 2, Seifert in 3, Kravchenko 4, Françoise Ali 5, Benson 6, Bahi 7, Sapoznikova is in lane 8. Well, there's a lot riding on this. It's probably as high a quality field as you could have got for this women's 100 meters T37 final. Away first time, so much support for Françoise Ali, and here she comes. Françoise Ali is in the lead. Seifert coming for Germany, but it's Françoise Ali for France, in Lyon, gold. 13.74, and she is the champion. 2 goals this week for France, and it means so much for the woman who won gold at London 2012, but she's done it here. Delight for the home crowd. Justifiably so. Allez la France, allez Mandy Françoise Ali. She's the world champion on the double, 13.72, and she has her second gold of the week. And that was just brilliant. She shot her way out of the blocks. Seifert was going very well for Germany at this stage, and so too Benson. Françoise Ali didn't care. Racing towards the line, she's the fastest woman in history in this category, and she blitzed them. Benson and Seifert dipped for second, but it was all about Françoise Ali. Streaked away, just the technique and the power. That was just desire more than anything else. Got the breathing absolutely right, and she's right now waiting for a name to come up on the little scoreboard alongside the finish line, and there it is. Seifert second, and Benson took the bronze, but it's gold for France, and Mandy Françoise Ali, real heroic stuff. Well, they've come here to support her tonight more than anyone else, and there's a really good French contingent in action on the track and in the field, but in the stands, it's all red, white and blue.
Just listen to that crowd as she does her lap of honour. At the moment she's going past the sparsely populated area. When she comes around this bend, there's an enormous stand on the corner, and then the main stand, and they will go absolutely nuts for her. Everyone under the trees there. She's got the tricolour of France blowing out behind, waving as she goes.
Great lap of honour for Mandy Françoise Ali. Liberté, égalité, fraternité, velocité. Great champion. I mean, look at that view. It's not London 2012, it's not the Paralympic Games, it is the World Championships, but it's the best attended we've seen. And you cannot beat a home winner. really helps the atmosphere. And this woman has done more than most. She is the champion again, and she did it 13.72. Third fastest run of all time. Francoise Lead does it again. Maria Seifert got the silver medal for Germany, the bronze for Joanna Benson, with a personal best for Bethany Woodward in fourth. And apart from a medal, couldn't have asked for much more than that. And Sapers-Nikova, who's only 15, is fifth. And they are just loving this. And she's right in front of us, our commentary position here. And it's a beaming smile. And it's women like her who are helping the cause of parasport here.
She's striking almost to Usain Bolt-like pose, pointing up to the crowd. Now she's going to get a big hug from Lyon the Lion, the symbol of these games. He's a good old hug, actually.
Well, fantastic for France in the sprints here. But now let's take a look and see how France can do in the men's long jump, the T44, and attention will cross from the home support, from her to him.
That's the man, Alain Jean-Baptiste. They've got a banner for him as well. That looks like a good one.
It's a good jump.
Maybe he's been inspired by seeing his compatriot win that race. His best so far is in 7th position, is 5.78. He's behind 3 Americans, a Pole, a Dutchman and a German at the moment, and that's a no jump. You can just see his blade that he takes off went over the line, so that's a no jump. Very hard for a long jumper, I would think, to keep their composure in that sort of situation. Next up, we've got the men's 5,000 metres wheelchair race, T54, with Marcel Hug in action, Josh Cassidy, Hokanui of Japan, Guigro Vedaga of Spain's in action, Coleman of Australia, Castley of France, George of the United States.
A change in lead here, Marcus Raim, his second attempt, and this went way out, 7 meters 26. It's only 9 centimeters behind the world record in which he won London 2012 gold. He is half a meter ahead of the Dutchman Ronald Hertog. It's a new championship record. Casey Tibbs. His second attempt was a foul by Jean-Baptiste, by the way. Waiting a long time for the flag, but it's white here for Casey Tibbs. Fourth going into this, 6.38. For the medals, it would be 6.50. Been a world record elsewhere, which we'll show you later. In a different event. This is Daisuke Fujishima first.
Yeah, Fujishima continuing here in the long jump now. He is currently 8th. He's jumped 5.61, which is a season's best, followed that up with 5.40. Very difficult for these long jumpers to keep their concentration with all the noise going on with the French athletes in action. We've seen a French gold medal winner on the track. There's a Frenchman in the long jump as well, who's also got a lot of support. But he's 7th, that's Jean-Baptiste Delays. This guy is just behind him, Daisuke Fujishima of Japan, an F44. This is the final of the T44 long jump. But we're not actually going to see that because we need to go for the final of the men's 5,000 metres in the T54 class.
And this is it. T54 men's 5,000 metres final. A lot of the names you will recognise. Tobias Lutzer of Switzerland. Julien Castorli, another man they've come to see. Twice a Paralympic Games bronze medalist.
qualifié au championnat du monde représentant la
One's
France.
in London, one's in the 4x4 in Beijing.
Representing Spain.
Russia, Bigbo Vidalga of Spain.
Representing Canada.
Josh Cassidy of Canada.
Représentant le Canada.
Decent week, which he wishes to improve.
Représentant l'Australie, Richard Coleman.
Richard Coleman of Australia,
Representing Japan.
multi-medalist, multi-finalist here. Kota Hokanui of Japan. Joshua George. Great victory for him during the week. Marcel Hoog. 2 golds here so far in the 10,000 and the 400, but finished second in the 800 behind Kim Grudai. Yet to claim a Paralympic Games gold.
Possibly the coolest dude in the competition, always looks like a superhero.
Masayuki Higuchi of Japan. Personal best coming this year, 10:22. And Nathaniel Arkley, really good prospect, 18 years old, 10:25, his personal best set this year. Hook holds the world record, 9 minutes 53. And realistically the man to beat, but Joshua George, Richard Coleman, Josh Cassidy, all great prospects here. We're underway in the men's 5,000 metres T54 final, and Hoog is going out in front straight away. It's Lurcher of Switzerland, Cassoulet of France, Bigbo Vidalga of Spain, Josh Cassidy of Canada, Richard Coleman of Australia, Hokanui of Japan, Josh George of the USA, Marcel Hoog of Switzerland, who will take them round in the first lap, Higuchi of Japan, and Arkley of Australia. And wow, something brilliant has happened elsewhere in the stadium, but you'll see it later on. We've 12 laps to go.
Yep, Hoog is absolutely storming out ahead of Lurcher. Marcel Hoog, phenomenon in this sport. They call him the Silver Bullet. He's known as Huggy Bear. He's leading them out there in his yellow bike, just slowing down now to see if anyone else wants to come up and join him. He realised he'd gone so fast, and Lurcher's up just behind him, but Marcel Hoog is now slowing them right down. So he's messing with their minds here. He went absolutely storming away there, did Marcel Hoog with the silver helmet, and then he's just slowed it right down. First 400 metres very, very fast. Second 300 very, very slow. And he slowed them right down, and he's dropping right back now. Lurcher going into the lead. Marcel Hoog coming in front of us now. He was in first position. He's now back in fourth. So it's Lurcher in the lead, 11 laps to go in this one, and it's anyone's race, really. They're all very, very tight together.
Yes, it's a really tight field. Now, this is Marcus Rain of Germany. Third round of the men's long jump, T44. And there was a big fanfare a few seconds ago, and this is why. 7:26 in the second round, but lunge all the way out, and it's a new world record for Marcus Rain. 7 meters 52. He's in front by almost a meter of Ronald Hertog. Gold medal is not yet his, but he's broken his own mark by 17 centimeters from London 2012.
And it was the Japanese competitor Higuchi who led them round that lap. But now Marcel Hoog has gone back into the lead. They're taking it in turns. It's almost as though they've got some kind of a pact going here that no one will have to be in the lead for too long on their own. But Marcel Hoog, who did a blistering first lap, then slowed it right down on the second lap, back to fourth. And now he's taking it away again. It's almost as though he's decided his best bet is to keep varying the pace in the race, because he's not letting anyone settle down. After 2 laps, they were all very, very close together, and now he's stretched them right out again. And Marcel Hoog storming away, and I bet what he'll do here is move over and let everyone catch right back up.
Well, Hoog firing away, and it's almost like a breakaway in the Tour de France. It's him and Joshua George who are ahead of the rest so far. Marcel Hoog with 3 medals so far this week, and George, well, it was a great win for him in the 800 metres. He has an opportunity too, lest we not forget, of gaining quite a few medals himself this week at Lyon 2013. I think they'll be reeled in very quickly though. There's a real surge behind him. Roger Prigba Vidager is in the chasing group. So is the other Swiss, actually, Tobias Lurcher, who has his own personal glory to try and gain. And will be all together very, very soon indeed. And it's Hug who goes back in front, ahead of Joshua George, lying in second place. And they've got 8 laps to go, and they're all back together again. Julien Casserly of France is in third, and the Japanese just behind is Kota Hokanui, lying in 4th place, and the Australian moving up into 5th. That's Richard Coleman, who's never won a global gold anything further than 800 metres. So 1500 metres Commonwealth Games silver medalist in Delhi. And they're all back together again.
And if Casserly was to do something here, I think the stadium would erupt, wouldn't it, after what we've seen with all the French action going on here. But it's Hug and George at the moment. Casserly's in there with them, and once again they're all bunched back up together. They've just managed to lose a couple of people, but it's George in the lead from Hug and Casserly in 3rd place at the moment as they come round with 7 laps to go. Josh George looking very comfortable for the States, then Hug, then Casserly.
Well, they'll probably take it in rotation from now on, but Joshua George is very happy where he is at the moment, and if you haven't been hypnotised, well, Josh Cassidy will have to do a bit more work in you, the lad from Ontario, representing Canada. Julien Casserly will get an awful lot of support here, and there's a real surge on the inside here from the Japanese. And, well, that looks to me like Kota Hokanui has really shot clear. It was very much a case of after you, Claude, and Hokanui just shot away, and he's got in front for Japan. It's a good lead, but Hug now is coming to meet him, reel him in, and he's broken away from the rest of the chasing pack. Hokanui in front of the moment, Hug coming to meet him, Coleman way back in 3rd place. Now Casserly's making a move. And Hug has come up to meet the man who's broken away, who is actually Masayuki Higuchi. So Higuchi leads, Hug now alongside him. Coleman is trying to make a surge to come up alongside him, and he's on his own in 3rd place at the moment. Try and make it a lead group of 3. They've got 5.5 laps to go here. That's 2,200 metres, and Hug hits the front, and Higuchi, who's the nominally slowest of the Japanese in terms of personal best time, he's up there in 2nd, and Coleman holding on well now in 3rd place.
So that break from Higuchi has completely changed the whole complexion. Suddenly everyone was going really, really fast. It coincided with music in the stadium. Higuchi went, and Marcel Hug, such an experienced competitor, realised he had to go with him because he didn't need to let the man get away. Higuchi goes back into the lead. Hug tucks behind him, and it's Coleman of Australia as they go round with 5 laps to go.
Higuchi, Hug, Coleman, 5 laps to go, a gap of around 20 metres. The other Australian athlete, Natalia Narkley, is back in 5th place. Been a really good week for them. They've discovered some really tremendous talent both here and in London as well. Hug going out in front as Higuchi slides alongside, and Coleman has been winning major medals since 2004, the 800 metres in Athens. His biggest successes have been in the 2-lap distance. Here Hug holding on at the moment with Coleman behind him in 2nd, and they are taking turns, and right now the lead is strong, around 30 metres, but Casserly is working hard to reel them in, and going in front of the main bunch now is Josh Cassidy. Well, you can't mistake him, you can't mistake Marcel Hug either. 4 laps to go.
And these 3 trying to work together to keep away from the main pack. Hug, Higuchi and Coleman. It's Coleman in the lead at the moment from Higuchi, and Hug in 3rd place, and it's Josh Cassidy and Julien Casserly both trying to get back into it, but they can't. They're leading the chasing pack there, but they can't get with the top 3, and at the moment it's Coleman of Australia in the lead, Higuchi of Japan in 2nd, and Marcel Hug, the silver bullet, in bronze medal position at the moment. My money, if it stays like this, would be that Hug would win it on the last lap, but he's a notoriously bad tactical competitor. He's very, very fast, but he often loses it in the big races. But in a situation like this, with just 3 breaking away, my money would still be on Hug. Coleman's done his bit. He lets Higuchi take over. Hug in 2nd, and they've got 3 laps to go.
Higuchi, Hug and Coleman with 3 laps to go. I'm not sure what's happened to Tobias Lurcher, but he's fallen way off the back. And the way things are going with the top three, probably will be lapped very soon. Now making a move behind in fourth place is Joshua George, trying to break away from the main field and join the top three. But it's Higuchi, Hug and Coleman on their own, the top three. George making a decent move, and he's directly halfway between the rest of the field and the top three now. The field's totally splintered. George moving up into fourth place. Lutcher's going to be lapped very shortly indeed by his compatriot Hug, who's leading this bunch of three right out the front. There probably will be a bunch of four very soon because Joshua George is very close indeed. Hug, Higuchi, Coleman, and we've got 2 laps, 800 metres to go.
Josh George really making a break for it to see if he can get into that top three. He can't at the moment. Now he might have a bit of a break here because as they go around the bend they've got to overtake a back marker. They're lapping him, so it's Hug in the lead from Higuchi and Coleman, and George is not catching them any further at the moment. Marcel Hug in the lead, at which point will one of these three decide to make a break. Hug moves over, Higuchi comes on the inside, Coleman hanging up with them at the moment. George still trying to get up with them, but he's not making any ground on the top three. It's Josh Cassidy in fifth is way back at the moment, so it's going to be between these three. I don't think George is going to get up with him. He's made his chance, but he's not getting there. Now, at which point is one of these three going to break away? At the moment, Higuchi from Hug and from Coleman, and Coleman, the Australian, just coasting on the slipstream as we come up to the bell.
And here is the bell, and it's Higuchi who leads there. He just touched wheels with Hug around 200 metres back, but it's Coleman in third place. George now moves past the lap Swiss up into fourth place. Higuchi's in front, ahead of Hug, ahead of Coleman. At the moment, the medals are between these three. George is trying to move up into fourth place, but Higuchi's still holding on. And when does Hug go? He's already won goals this week at 10,000 and 400, and Hug makes his mark now with 200 to go. Hug goes for it. Has Higuchi anything left in the tank, the Japanese? And Coleman's back in third, but Hug has pounced, and Hug hits the front and he goes into the closing straight. He's in lane two. Higuchi probably has enough now, and Coleman will take the bronze medal more than likely. It's 3 gold medals now for Marcel Hug. Glory, glory, Hug. He's got the trouble. Higuchi is in second place. Coleman's in third. New championship record, 2 seconds inside. George, fourth for the United States, and fifth will be the other Australian. Nathaniel Ackley is in ahead of the other Japanese. And that was Kota Hokanui. Oh, that's a fine win though for Marcel Hug. It's his 3rd gold medal of the week. He's really loving it here. 10:20.16, and it was a good race. He broke away ahead of Higuchi in the end, who took second, and third for Richard Coleman to add to his huge collection of medals through his career. But Marcel Hug does again. That big move with 200 to go was the key one, and it was a 5,000 metres race. The three broke away and kept away, but the gold medal winning move came on the outside here from Hug with 200 to go, and there just wasn't enough left for Masayuki Higuchi in the end, and Hug crosses the line with a silver bullet.
Higuchi had nothing left. He'd set a personal best in that race, and Richard Coleman with a season's best, so they'd both done their absolute utmost to try and keep up with Marcel Hug, but it's a 3rd gold for the silver bullet. Marcel Hug, and he's taken 2 seconds off the championship record as well. Higuchi and Coleman playing well above their game just to keep up with him, but when it came to that final sprint, they had nothing left, and Marcel Hug did.
It's his 3rd gold medal of the week. He was going for 6.
So far, he's got 3 golds and 1 silver.
Kim Goodeye finished ahead of him in the 800. 3 out of 4, 75% strike rate in terms of golds and 100% in terms of medals. It's not bad at all. And those who know him say he's such a lovely man.
And they say he hasn't got the killer instinct, and that's why he kept losing to David Weir in London. Well, he certainly showed killer instinct there on that last lap. He effortlessly moved out and came past Higuchi and Coleman. And he sits very tall in his wheelchair compared to the others. Look at those shoulders.
I certainly think he's getting better as an athlete. There's no doubt about that for Hug. And it may be a wearless week. Weir is competing at the anniversary games in London on Sunday, and he's doing a lot of publicity this week in the UK while that's on. Well, Marcel Hug, fabulous week for him. 3rd goal, Higuchi personal best with the silver. Coleman got the bronze, and George tried to bridge the gap but just failed. And that is that.
And there were some impressive names in that field.
That result is wrong, by the way, because Lurcher may have been fifth past the line, but he'd already been lapped. And now we have the men's 1500 meters T38 ceremony. And another memorable double for a terrific athlete. And it competes in the able-bodied events on the IAAF circuit. He's brilliant at that as well.
Yes, it's been corrected. Arkley finished fifth, and Lurcher, as you say, may have come across the line fifth, but he actually finished ninth.
So now the medal ceremony for the men's 1500 meters T38, and it is bronze medal for Australia.
Dion Kenzie gets his medal.
Good prospect.
Thank you.
Personal best for it.
Is it real? Does he look a bit like that footballer, Cristiano Ronaldo? Obviously, we're not looking at him now, but they're dead. Do you think he's got a look of Cristiano Ronaldo?
It is a silver medal for Tunisia. It's a good breakaway. Fought his position well, did Abba Saidi. Major champion medal for him. But a man about whom you can't really say anymore. Constant winner, did the double in London, does it again here. And Michael McKillop on top of a podium for Ireland yet again. He is a roommate of Jason Smith. Constant victory. Something they're very used to. World champion again, as he was in Assen in 2006, Christchurch 2011, Lyon 2013. Michael McKillop, world champion for Ireland. Here's our own Naveen. Sparkling stuff and make that his 7th major championship medal. He's won 3 at Paralympic Games, 4 at World Championships. And Michael McKillop does it again, and again, and again. But he keeps a high standard. You will ask, well, on the regular circuit, how good is he? Well, he finished 2nd in an able-bodied race, 800 meters last week at the Morton Games. Jason Smith does the same.
And the crowd rocking out to this one. Now have a look at Kenzie there. Isn't that a young Cristiano Ronaldo? I think so. Great crowd here tonight for this. And there's plenty for them to watch. Field event still going on. Let's get a bit of javelin action. This is the man they're all behind, the Frenchman. Tony Falalamki.
Ladies and gentlemen,
He's in the lead at the moment with a best of 54.39. Ahead of Amidi of Iran and Fernandez and Ranbir.
Let you know how he does in a few moments. He is leading at the moment.
Bronze medalist, representing the People's Republic of
We do have another medal ceremony to come, and for a nation just slightly to the north of France. We'll be hearing their anthem very shortly. This is the women's 100 meters T38 ceremony. It's been a great day of sprint action here at Lyon.
This was probably one of the most surprising results because there was a fantastic field, and the girl that we're going to see get the gold, Sophie Hahn, where she had a brilliant Chinese athlete to one side, a brilliant Brazilian athlete to the other side. She stood up to start and she blew them both away.
Chen Yunfei, who won silver in London, has bronze here. Veronica Ippolito and a silver.
And I hope she knows that, chap. I think she probably does.
Thank you very much.
She doesn't know him quite as well.
Okay.
She's all over the other guy.
and world champion, representing Great Britain.
And here's the new champion. And she did it in some style with a brilliant second half of the race. Sophie Hahn, she was absolutely impassive on the start line. I said she looked absolutely in the zone, and she does, and now she looks as happy as Larry. And that is pretty happy, let me tell you. It's Lyon the Lion. Says thank you.
Please rise if you're able for the national anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national de la Grande-Bretagne.
God save the Queen, who's now a great-grandmother. Lovely shot of Sophie Hahn with Veronica Ippolito and Chen Yunfei. Long jump still going on, we'll catch up with that in a moment. Lovely smile left from Sophie, and Veronica Ippolito giving us a lovely little wave from her line. Got a couple more races on the track. 2 semi-finals in the women's 1500 metres T54.
Well, there's a couple of names you'll be familiar with, particularly the one at the top. Tatjana McFadden has won 3 golds so far. She could win 6. Probably go for the marathon, unless she too is going to be tempted over to London. They haven't finalised that field yet. There might be 7 golds this week. She's won 3 already. Tatjana McFadden. Yet to win a medal this week is Edith Wolf. She's a lady who can definitely change that. Sorry, she's actually won 2 bronzes this week as Edith Wolf. Gunilla Wallengren for Sweden. Diane Roy of Canada. Multi-medalist over and over again. Clara for Argentina. Silver in the 5,000 and the 800. It's been a really good week so far for Manuela Schär, championship record as well in the 5,000 for Switzerland. And Amanda McGrory of the United States, who's won all of the big city marathons, Boston, London. Gold in the 5,000 in Beijing. Marathon silver. So the field is strong. first three qualify for the final of the 1500 meters and the four fastest losers. Tatjana McFadden heading out towards the front. You knew that would happen. Edith Wolf, Gunilla Wallengren, Diane Roy, Valeria Yara, Manuela Shah, and Amanda McGrory. And look at how far she's out already. It was a fantastic lead. Already 3 gold medals this week. 100 meters, she won earlier today, and Tatjana McFadden is already out in the front. Swiss are trying to make a move to catch up with her. In second and third are Edith Wolf and Manuela Shah, and it's the Canadian Roy who's in fourth at the moment, and one runaway leader is Tatjana McFadden. 3 laps to go, way out in front, but the rest are now catching up, and well, maybe that's her breakaway for now, but she's burnt off a good bit of the field. Now they all come back together again.
Yes, an explosive start from Tatjana McFadden, very much as we saw in the last race from Marcel Hoog, and this is sometimes the top athletes do this, they try and break other people's rhythms up, but Tatjana McFadden went away very quickly there indeed, and then she just decided, no, now I'll let everyone catch up with me. And so we've got a bunch now as they come round. They're all keeping pretty much together, just lost one at the back, so it goes back as far as Wallengren in the yellow. Yes. Tatjana McFadden just tucked in second place behind one of the Swiss girls. She's got a Swiss girl either side at the moment, and now McFadden goes back, and the Swiss will have to work as a pair to get back. So it's McFadden and the 2 Swiss girls.
Great break on the outside. Something else exceptional has happened in the field, which we'll tell you about in a moment. The crowd are hearing about it right now, but we're going to concentrate on this semi-final. And out in front, Shah with McFadden happily tucked behind at the moment. At one stage it was McFadden and McGrory that could very easily have pulled away if they wanted to. 600 metres to go, and there's still an opportunity for McFadden to pounce in this semi-final.
Yeah, that long jump, it's a new world record, 7.95 for Markus Riem of Germany. We will bring you that, we've recorded it for you. And now let's see what's happening here. It's the 2 Swiss girls ahead of Tatjana McFadden. They're going to try and help each other out here. Cher and Wolf of Switzerland as they take the bell, leading with McFadden in third place.
And leading past the bell, Edith Wolf is up there, Tatjana McFadden and Amanda McGrory. Coming on the outside for Switzerland is Manuela Shah. Got the championship record in the 5,000 metres and the silver medal in that, and the 800 as well, but Tatjana McFadden is looking to make a big move here for the United States. McGrory's up there as well. McFadden, such a familiar figure, 1:158. It is the first 3 who go through from this semi-final, and at the moment it's 4 who've broken away. 2 for Switzerland, 2 for the United States. Diane Roy is back in 5th place for Canada. McFadden made a move very quickly. She always wants to win every possible race, even if it's a first round heat or a semi-final, so she can get the psychological advantage on them all. Tatjana McFadden is on her way through, and McFadden will win. Shah is second, and I think it's the American Amanda McGrory who takes third, ahead of Manuela Shah. It's a championship record as well, 3:26 for Tatjana McFadden. Nicely done. She was the championship record holder, and she's taken 10 seconds off her own mark, but here she was in the middle, making her mark very well. And there was a battle for first and second, and for third and fourth, and the Americans won both of them. McFadden was first, third in the end was Amanda McGrory, and the Swiss was second and fourth. 3:26.93 is the new championship record mark, and well, there's nothing new we can tell you about Tatjana McFadden. You've seen everything about it. Really strong. She wanted to win this semi-final. Wolf was second, McGrory third, and Shah fourth.
That's why she's known.
Really good.
That's why she's known as the Beast, because she will not let anyone beat her. As you say, she just likes to win, and that there was no reason for her to win that. She just needed to get in the first 3, but win it she did. The Swiss girls worked as a pair to keep up with her, but in the end they got bisected as well by Amanda McGrory. And season's best for Tatjana McFadden, a personal best for Manuela Shah. Amanda McGrory got a season's best as well. Edith Wolf, personal best. Diane Roy, season's best. Wallengren got a season's best. It's only Jara that didn't get a season's best or a PB.
So really good victory again for Tatjana McFadden. Let's go to the men's long jump now. It's the T44 final, and this is the 4th round attempt from Marcus Ray. 7:52 earlier was a world record. What about this? All the way out, 7:95, new world record. And where was the blade? Barely used the board at all. He could go out much further.
He was nearly out the end of the sandpit, to be honest. They're going to have to start getting the sandpit a bit longer. Phenomenal stuff from the German, 7:95.
Wow, absolutely fabulous lead. 7:95 by Marcus Ray, and truly it was world class. So he's in the lead. He's broken the world record twice tonight, and 7:95. Well, it would have been top 10 in Daegu in the last IAAF World Championship. He's well over a metre in front of Ronald Hertog in the Netherlands. Mattia Lepiato won gold in the high jump. He's 3rd, personal best. And we still have 2 rounds to go, and Rame has got a lot more left in it.
And we've still got some more action to come on the track. We just saw Tatjana McFadden in action. She has qualified, but we've got the 2nd semi-final to come, and then we will have the men's 1500 metres semi-finals for the T11s, the totally blind athletes. So 3 more 1500 metre races still to go. Just cooling down a little bit. We might get a little bit of rain, I wouldn't be surprised. Hope you're enjoying all this action here on Paralympic Sport TV. It's all being archived on YouTube, so just go to paralympicsport.tv and you can find which event you want to look back at if you've missed any of the action, if you've come to this late. Many of you will have been at work and you want to see how Marcel Hoek got on. Just put the name of the event in. Or you can watch the whole say 4.5 hours all in one go if you want, or it will be gradually split up by our social media team into bite-sized chunks for you.
Now it is semi-final 2 of the women's 1500 metres, T54, the first semi. Tatjana McFadden winning that. Jade Jones, Kieralyn Fry, Shirley Riley, who won the London 2012 marathon gold. It's a good field, this. It's not a foregone conclusion that the first semi-final was a preview of the final and who would win what. Jade Jones, very talented athlete from Britain, and we can say the same about Kieralyn Fry of Canada. She is competitive. Shirley Riley was in ahead of the rest on the final day of London 2012, the ultimate final day. Across the 2 games, she won marathon gold there. Liu Wen-jen is very good at this distance also. Number of medals for her. Alexandra Hilbling, 19-year-old, who was a rising star. Wakako Tsuchida also for Japan. Madison de Rosario of Australia. Her first individual gold coming in the 800, the bronze. So we're ready for this 2nd semi-final, 7 in this. It's the first 3 who qualify for the final of the women's 1500. Jones of Britain, Fry of Canada, Riley of the USA, Liu Wen-jen of China, Helbling of Switzerland, Tsuchida of Japan, and Madison de Rosario of Australia. And it is Liu Wen-jen who won a team gold in the relay in Beijing, ahead of Madison de Rosario in Australia. And prior to this week, it was the only international medal she ever won. Well, she's got an individual one now. She's packed in the field, and Liu Wen-jen is taking them round. 3 and a bit laps to go.
Liu of China in the red there. It's the pink wheels of Jones of Great Britain in 2nd place. And it's going to be a very cagey race here. And now we can see coming up on the outside, I think it's Riley of the United States. Just going past Chen, and then De Rosario up in 3rd place at the moment.
Far straight. And it was a break by Wakako Tsuchida, which just couldn't burn off the rest of the field. Same with Liu Wenjun, who tried it a lap earlier. De Rosario has moved up comfortably into third place, and Jade Jones is there as well. It's very easy to pick her out with the pink wheels. She's lying in fourth place. All nicely, tightly bunched together. No solid, successful breakaway yet.
And if any of the athletes afterwards are watching this, it would really help the commentators if you could follow Jade Jones' example and go for coloured wheels, because sometimes it can be very hard to tell the difference. She's in fourth at the moment. She's got the Australian just ahead of her, then the Chinese girl, and Shushida in the lead with the white hat. Still just ahead of Chen at the moment.
A very comfortable pace. They have to be careful about this because Tatiana McFadden absolutely shot away. The championship record it was for her, 3:26.93, and it was a blanket finish of 4. The top 4 athletes, actually more than that, but we'll concentrate in the main 4, managed to beat that championship record very well. So this is a much more sedate pace. Nobody's made a really big move so far. It's being led out by Chichita with Liu second, Madison de Rosario third, and Jade Jones fourth for Britain right now. American in fifth is Shirley Riley.
Tsushida bringing him round the bend here then, ahead of the Chinese girl Liu in the red. The Australian in third place, Jones of Britain in fourth. And they're going to come up to the bell here. Tsushida from Liu, from the Australian girl de Rosario, and the Brit Jones.
So less than a lap to go in this second semi-final of the women's 1500 metres, and Chichita bringing them round with Liu second. De Rosario's now making a move on the outside. Top 3 going through. 4 fastest losers. A fancy lot of them will come from the first time. Here goes De Rosario now. She's really improved as an athlete this week. She's just got an extra little bit of grit about her. She turns 20 very soon, the Australian, and she's in front here. And athletes with greater experience and greater success than her are beginning to fall in her way. Liu and Chichita battling for second at the moment. Liu just has the edge there, but De Rosario, she came on the outside and she stayed on the outside, and she doesn't really have a line to protect here because she's way out in front. And Madison de Rosario is going to win this semi-final for Australia. Liu's going to be second, and Chichita fell well back in the end. Actually, Jade Jones is third for Britain. Fourth is Shirley Riley. Chichita's fifth. And Madison de Rosario wins that semi-final, wins it very well indeed in the 1500 metres. Well, she won bronze in the 800, and she's picking up an awful lot this week, you have to say. And de Rosario sailing along very well, way out in front. Pounce at the right time on the outside with about 200 to go, and she wins this 1500 semi-final very well.
Tsushida took them around for a lot of that. She led a lot of the race, but she had no fight in at the end. She finished fifth, and we've been saying for ages that De Rosario has so much potential, and now we're beginning to see it, and now maybe she's going to be the woman that'll be challenging Tatiana McFadden.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but she's very well ventilated, and it's been really hot here this week in the mid-30s, and that's got to be a help as well. I think she's got a good brain in her, and tactically, from the slip of the girl we saw earlier in the week, I think she's a much better athlete now. De Rosario wins the semi-final. PB for Liu Wenjun in second, and Jade Jones is third, and Shirley Riley and Chichita go through as fastest losers. They sped it up towards the end.
That's some reward for Wakako Tsushida, because she led them round. It was her that kept the pace up really. In the other race we saw Tatiana McFadden messing with people's heads, slowing it down, speeding it up. Tsushida kept that one going on at a very nice pace, and maybe she had in her mind, if, as it was the second semi-final, if she could keep the pace up, that she would qualify as one of the fastest losers, and that's what's happened.
Well, we've got a big medal ceremony here, and it's the one which has been specially moved to aid French television. Can you guess why? It was in the women's 100 metres, and the crowd has stayed here, by the way. The track action, a couple of semi-finals left.
The medals will be presented by the president.
But nobody's gone home because they want to see this. It's the women's 100 metres, T37 from an hour ago. Needless to say, a cracking final, which delighted the crowd here.
Bronze medalist representing Namibia.
Médaille de bronze représentant la Namibie.
Joanna Benson of Namibia gaining the bronze medal. 14.35. Just edged out Britain's Bethany Woodward down in 4th. Another one to add to the collection. She has a lot already.
Silver medalist, representing Javelin.
Médaille d'argent, représentant
It's a 50% strike rate for Maria Seifert. Went in the 200, silver in the 100. Facially, there's a lot of the Maria Reisches there, the German skier. And silver is hers. We'll just let the cheers tell their own story here for the goal.
Médaille d'or, champion du monde, représentant la France, Mendy François.
Second gold medal of the week for Mandy Francois-Ellie. She has been one of the faces of the games, without any doubt. Just a brilliant champion. It's a smile to light up all of this home nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your able for the national anthem
And an
of
anthem
France.
in Lyon that will be very, very well sung by practically every man, woman and child in the house. Proper champion. Gold in the 200 and the 100 in successfully defending the title. We weren't going to cut that anthem short, no matter how long it was. Mandy Francois-Ellie. A great victory, and I know it's a superlative that's way overused these days, but she is a great champion. She's helped make these games. It's the biggest IPC Athletics World Championships that we've had. I know, talking to a good few people who went to Christchurch 2 years ago, the crowds had built in 2006, but it was an event which still hadn't quite caught public attention. But London 2012 has helped a lot with this, and no doubt when it returns to London in 2017, these World Championships, it'll be even bigger.
And I thought I'd go and stand amongst the crowd just for that anthem. You probably wondered where I'd gone. I thought I'd just go and stand and just absorb the atmosphere. Everyone around me sang the French anthem. I would have joined in, but I didn't know the words. But I clapped very enthusiastically at the end, and a few people nodded to me as if to say, "Ah, thank you." So a great champion, and she really is head and shoulders above the rest in that event. I'm not a weatherman, but I've just got a feeling it's about to lash it down with rain.
For the men's 100 meters,
T34 men's 100 meters medals to be presented now. They've just had to reschedule the last leg. the day's proceedings to facilitate French TV, which I think actually is quite right, doing everything they can to promote this event. If you have a French winner, try and get her on French primetime TV, and that's what they've done. So this is the men's 100 meters T34 and Stefan Rush of the Netherlands. 16.62. There was in many ways a runaway winner in this. A headwind as well. They're rattling through these medal ceremonies because this was barely 90 minutes ago. And while the main action of the night, the host country may be over, there's still nobody leaving. Reid McCracken of Australia in second place. So he's done it again, his 3 major titles in a row for the Tunisian Walid Khatila. 16.07 seconds his winning time. It wasn't about the times really. It was just all about the racing. Khatila took that, wheeled home. Tunisia.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise to
Three gold
for the
medals
national
now.
anthem of
Three
Tunisia.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national de la Tunisie.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés mondiaux.
So Tunisia having a great games, currently 11th in the medal table with 3 golds. I'll give you the top 10. At 10, it's Italy. At 9, Algeria. 8, Poland. 7, the People's Republic of China. In 6th, it's Germany. 5th, Ukraine. 4th is Brazil. 3rd, Great Britain. 2nd, the United States of America. And top of the table at the moment, with 13 gold medals, it's the Russian Federation. I could have been a disc jockey doing a chart show, couldn't I? Off goes the Tunisian. What's next? Oh, it's another medal ceremony.
Should be for T46, the men's 100 metres. It was a real turn-up for the books, actually, in terms of this man and not form in terms of winning medals before, but he turned that around fantastically. He's about to have a major medal.
He was the fastest man in terms of personal best, but he had never won a major title. And with Nascimento in the field, he did very well.
Representing Brazil.
Now this chap usually gives us a lovely wave, but then he usually gets the gold medal. Will he still give us a lovely wave? Yes, he does. Good man. And when he won his gold yesterday, he very cleverly suspended his Lyon the Lion from his medal. He doesn't have a hand, so he couldn't hold it as well as he wanted to, so he just used it as a kind of a noose. Let's see what he does with it this time. Yeah, it's going to be the same tactic, I think.
Representing
Johansson
Australia.
Nascimento, the bronze
Médaille
medalist.
d'argent représentant l'Australie, Gabriel Cole.
Gabriel Cole for Australia, or Gabriel as they've just announced him. I guess he's a Gabriel.
Gold medalist and world champion, representing Poland.
Médaille d'or et champion du monde, représentant la Pologne, Michal de Russe.
Le champion du monde. With a time of 10:39. Michael Dearest of Poland. A little bit of trouble getting the ribbon undone there. Now he's having a bit of trouble getting over his head. Michael just sorts it all out. Yep, turn it around the face the right way. That's good. And there's
Ladies and
Lyon.
gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the national anthem of Poland.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national de la Pologne.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés mondiaux. Mesdames et messieurs, restez avec nous. La fête n'est pas finie dans le stade du Rhône. À venir, le dénouement du lancer du javelot avec peut-être
So Poland
une médaille supplémentaire.
playing the gold medal in that 100 meters. 10 medals overall, 5 golds. They're having a really good week.
Currently at number 8 in the medal table, and I have to say their anthem is growing on me. It's becoming one of my favourites.
Now let's cross back to the men's javelin. There's only 2 javelin events still on. And Tony Falalovaki is in the lead. This was the longest throw, was in the second round, went out to 54 meters 39. He's had a couple of fouls. Marcio Fernandez of Cape Verde is in second place, and Ali Amidi of Iran is in third. But now the final 2 truck events of the night, the semi-finals of the men's 1500 meters. T11 for athletes who are totally blind. Christian Valenzuela of Chile won gold in the 5,000 meters in London 2012. Already a silver in the 5,000 this week. William Souza, 800 bronze at London 2012. Masahiro Taniguchi of Japan turned 23 last week. And for many reasons, a famous Portuguese name, Nuno Alves. That completes the field. 2 from South America, 1 from Asia, 1 from Europe. Adair Santos is the championship record holder. We'll see him later. Samuel Kimani of Kenya is the world record holder, but they are sadly not here. So the first semi-final underway in the men's 1500 meters. Everybody with a guide. Christian Valenzuela of Chile, William Sousa of Colombia, Masahiro Taniguchi of Japan, and Nuno Alves of Portugal. The guides are Lucas Yaramillo of Chile, Cesar Chavarro Diaz, who's with Sousa of Colombia, Satoshi Izazawa is with Taniguchi of Japan, and Ricardo Abreu is with Portugal.
And it's Sousa of Colombia who's bringing them round. Sousa of Colombia in the lead at the moment. Tucked in behind him is Taniguchi of Japan, who's just pushing up on the outside, and Taniguchi's decided that he needs to come through. Taniguchi of Japan into the lead now from Sousa of Colombia. Then is Valenzuela of Chile and Alves of Portugal bringing up the rear at the moment. 3 3/4 laps of the track, 1,500 metres. And at the moment, Taniguchi of Japan leading them away, followed by Sousa of Colombia. Very, very steady pace. And of course, there's 8 runners out there, but only 4 of them are competitors. The other 4 in the bibs, in the yellow, they are the guides. This is for unsighted athletes. So it goes down the back straight. Taniguchi of Japan leading them at the moment.
But they're all very tightly bunched at the moment with 1,000 meters to go. Just past the 500 mark. And the pace is quite comfortable at the moment. Taniguchi leading the way. It's the first 2 who go through, and the 2 fastest losers then. And it's Taniguchi still bringing them round for Japan, but the Colombian William Sosa close on his heels. Valenzuela of Chile, and at the back it's Nuno Alves of Portugal, all really closely bunched. 2 laps to go after this. Women's club throw, by the way, was won by Marana Ibrahimi. World record throw for Tunisia. Richter second for Canada, Pearson third for Britain, and with the world record in the men's long jump, Brame took that for Germany. 2 laps to go in this.
Taniguchi is still in the lead at the moment, and it's the guides that will be making all the decisions here, because these are completely blind athletes. They'll be wearing blindfolds just to make it a level playing field, but Taniguchi of Japan leading them round at the moment. The lead, it's been pretty much this order right from the very start. Sosa of Colombia did lead out for a while. Taniguchi of Japan then came past. Then in 3rd place it's Valenzuela of Chile, and Alves of Portugal just happy to track at the back at the moment. And it's hard to tell who's going to win this. At the moment, Valenzuela would be the favourite. He's got the fastest time. But let's see what happens here, because Taniguchi of Japan, who has got the slowest of all of these times, is leading at the moment. So even though Taniguchi in the lead as we come round with 500 metres to go, he could well be the person that does not qualify. So Taniguchi of Japan.
Oh, there's been a stumble at the back. There's been a stumble at the back. Alves almost ran into the back of Valenzuela, but now they've decided to make their move, and they lead at the bell. It's Alves who takes it at the bell, and that was quite a tactical move. They'd obviously been thinking about it, and they almost ran into the back of the Chilean. And we're in the last lap. Racing away is Nuno Alves. It's an interesting break, and it's Valenzuela now in 2nd place for Chile. But well, I have to say, Alves seems to have timed this really well. They're in the closing straight for the penultimate time, and Alves went for it from there. It's the top 2 go through to the final. Alves ahead of Valenzuela, and the Colombian is 3rd. Sosa, and Taniguchi moves way back into 4th, and now Valenzuela, who's been a Paralympic Games gold medalist in the 5,000, a silver medalist here in the 5,000, is coming in the outside. It'll be a local battle between Valenzuela and Alves to see who comes through. And they're going, what are they doing? They're way out in lane 6, and Valenzuela's going to take it. Valenzuela's going to win this for Chile, and it'll be 2nd place of the Portuguese Alves. They're the 2 who through to the final. So the Colombian is through in 3rd, and for Japan in 4th is Taniguchi. So that is the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
And Valenzuela wins.
Absolutely, Valenzuela there. Let's go very quickly to the javelin. This is live now. And there'll be a big reception for this guy, because the Frenchman going very well indeed in the javelin. He's in the lead. This is his last throw. He's already confirmed as the gold medalist. But can he improve on 54.39? His 2nd throw was his best. Tony Falalavki. Let's take a bit of a run up of that one. Tony Falalavki. The crowd getting a bit of a beat going. He's the F44 javelin throw, the last throw. He's the world champion, he's the gold medalist. He just needs to do a big throw. I'm not sure what he's waiting for. Come on, Tony. Here he goes. Big throw. He makes a mark. It's just short of 50 meters, so it won't be any better. And he is the gold medalist, and the stadium rises to him. Tony Falalavki of France, 54.39, his best throw. Doesn't matter what this one is. I could see it was under 50 meters. Nobody cares. He's French, and he's their second gold medalist in the space of an hour. We'll watch a replay of this over and over, but it really does not matter. Turns sideways on, gets good power into it, stops himself going over the line, knows that he's short of 50 and salutes the crowd. And it's a second gold medal for France in this evening session. We have one more of those 1,500 metres for you. We had a very exciting race there, with Valenzuela winning it. Here comes the Frenchman coming round. 54.39. It's bright green trainers. His flag above his head.
Well, the crowd didn't go home, and their faith justified. There would be another French gold medal they would see tonight for Tony Paralympic in the men's javelin, the F44. It's a very, very good win. It was a continental record for Marcio Fernandez for Cape Verde. But it is French gold again.
So let's just see who won the other medals. Well, Tony, as we saw, got the gold medal. Marcio Fernandez of Cape Verde with the silver, and it's an area record as well. And Ali Omidi of Iran getting the bronze, 51.89, personal best for the Indian. The Canadian also got a personal best. Rory McSweeney for New Zealand got an area record. And Gudkov of Russia also setting a season's best. We have one last race for you people, and then we're out of here. It's the men's 1,500 metres T11 second semi-final.
By George, really done. Adair Santos, gold in Christchurch 2 years ago, reigning world champion. 7 times the Paralympic Games medalist, but no gold among that. Shinya Wada, silver in the 5,000 at London 2012. And Edouard Samacarubia of Colombia with his guide Edgar Medina Sanchez. There's only 3 in this, and it's the first 2 who go through. They join Christian Valenzuela and Nuno Alves in the first semi-final. So this is the second. And well, in the end, Valenzuela went through in lane 6. We saw that in the steeplechase, didn't we, during the Olympic Games in London 2012. They're underway. Adair Santos of Brazil, Shinya Wada of Japan, and Edouard Samacarubia of Colombia. The guides, Carlos Santos along with Adair Santos, which is a normal thing for them. Takashi Nakata is alongside his Japanese compatriot Shinya Wada, and Edgar Medina Sanchez alongside Edouard Samacarubia of Colombia. The guides, needless to say, have to be from the same country as the athlete, not necessarily the same sex, although it helps the women if they have a male guide. I don't really think it would physically help the men if the guide was a female, unless it was someone like Paula Radcliffe. 3 laps to go.
And just to place this race in history, this was the day that we learned that the royal baby prince was to be named George Alexander Louis. So, it's the Colombian in the lead, Samacarubia, ahead of Santo of Brazil. Adair Santos with Carlos Santos as his guide, and Wada of Japan in the red being left now. So remember, it's the first 2 in each heat, and it looks as though, at the moment, it's going to be these 2, Samacarubia and Santos, because the Japanese competitor Wada is being left behind at the moment. Shinya Wada being left as we speak. Colombians looking very good in the yellow, coming round here. Samacarubia. Brazilians behind the pair of Santoses. Still a good number of people left in the stadium to clap them round that corner. They stayed to see their girl win the sprint and their man win the long jump, and they've just stayed for this last event of the night, and why not? Because we're going to see which 2 were going to go through to the final. The Colombians from the Brazilians, and the Japanese are way back at the moment. 2 laps to go.
2 laps to go, 2 to go through, 2 way out in front. And it's the 2 South Americans, Santos of Brazil and Eduardo Samacarubia of Colombia. Santos started off as a sprinter, and as tends to happen as the years go by, the distances got longer and longer for him. He has medalled in the last 2 major championships at this distance. He is the world champion. He is the championship record holder from Christchurch, and he's now the leader in this second semi-final as he overtakes Eduardo Samacarubia ahead of Edgar Medina Sanchez. Sailing through, 600 meters to go. Quite a way back for the silver medalist in the 5,000 in 2012, the Japanese Shinya Wada. It's around 30 meters behind the front 2 at the moment. Santos is striding away. Might still be a race for a second spot here. There's 500 meters to go, and the lead is being held by Santos and Santos of Brazil.
Santos and Santos, they sound like a firm of solicitors. They're not. It's a runner and his guide. It's Odair Santos and Carlos Santos, and they take the bell now. And the Colombians in second, actually being caught up by the Japanese.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Sosa didn't the Colombian Samacarubia didn't realise that the Japanese team were right behind, because the little glance came from Edgar Medina Sanchez, his guide, and then suddenly found they were about to be overtaken. So Shinya Wada of Japan is up into second place, but it's Santos and Santos who lead now for Brazil.
And the Japanese
something's happened with the Japanese.
Are they stopping on the far side?
Something's happened with the Japanese. I think they're pulling out. Something must have happened. Somebody's pulled a hamstring, and I think it's the guide. Well, that's absolutely horrible for Shinya Wada, because the athlete is fine, but the guide has pulled his hamstring. Takashi Nakata, they were in second place. They put a surge in on the outside, and then suddenly they went out to lane 4 or 5, and they're gone. So that's it. Santos and Santos are going to win this for Brazil, and it doesn't matter for the Colombians now. They'll just stride along, jog along happily. They'll also automatically qualify. Well, I suppose that's the peril when you have a 3-man race and 2 are going to go through in a semi-final. Santos and Santos will go through, and Santos qualifies. He wins this 4:24.04. In second place now, Eduardo Samacarubia. And they can walk across if they want to. They can do whatever they like. They're through. They qualify in second because there's nobody in third. And it's really horrible. I feel really sorry for Shinya Wada there, because he's the athlete, and it's not his fault that they've had to pull out through injury. It's the guide. And, well, I can only imagine how apologetic Takashi Nakata will be. The guide pulled the hamstring there.
It was an extraordinary race by the Japanese, because they looked to be completely out of it. The first 2 broke away, then the Brazilians dropped the Colombians, the Japanese were way off, and then suddenly they must have really started sprinting, and I'm guessing because they started sprinting quite so fast that's why the guy pulled his hamstring. And obviously the competitors are elite athletes, and you expect the guides to be too, and you expect them to be a little bit faster, but maybe he hadn't stretched properly, maybe it was that injection. I mean, what a strange way to run the race anyway.
It's very unlucky for Wada. Santos with the victory, Samacarubia second. They both qualify for the final, and because it was the 2 fastest losers, everybody from the first semi-final goes through. Taniguchi and Sosa, who finished 3rd and 4th in that, and well, it's mathematics. If there are only 2 finishers in the second semi-final, then everybody from the first has to go through to the final. Santos and Venezuela leading the way, fastest times.
And it's always tough if an athlete gets injured and you have to pull out, but when your guide gets injured and you have to stop, and there's no way he could have carried on, because obviously without the guide he's completely blind, he wouldn't have known the way.
Now here's Lapiato in the men's long jump. He finished with the bronze medal in this, having won the high jump at the weekend. And Herzog, well, he led for a good spell here, but he would be overtaken by a true hero. It was a good leap out into second place for Herzog, and there was a time when it looked as if he might potentially get the gold, but that would rapidly change. 6:78 he went out to twice. He was quite satisfied with that, but he knew he'd have to go longer because this man was coming along. Marcus Rehm of Germany broke the world record twice, the first 7:50 on, the second 7:95. Sensational. I mean, that's absolutely huge. It's a world record. It's parasport record is so close to 8 meters. 7.95 is utterly ridiculous. He'd have qualified for the World Championship final in Daegu with that. Brilliant. He's a brilliant champion. More history. 7 meters 95, the longest jump in parasport history.
And they might think about putting a little bit of extra sand at the end of the pit if he keeps jumping that far.
Hertog and Lapiato, second and third. And of course, if he can qualify for an IAAF World Championship final, he can qualify for the Olympic final as well as the Paralympic one. He is now that good. "36 centimeters away from what would have been Olympic Games gold," I've just been told. That is incredible. 8:31 won gold in the Olympic Games. The Olympic Games was 8:31, and Marcus Reim is that close. Now we've got a couple of medal ceremonies to wrap things up. Crowd are beginning to sail away now. But it's okay, we're still with you for a couple more anthems. A couple of women's 100 meters finals is the T12, and there was another medal for Britain in this. I think Oksana Batorchuk, by the way, is a really supreme athlete, and she deserves another medal here. Libby Clegg, we'll see also.
It's the two sprint final medal ceremonies, the T12s and the T13s for athletes with visual impairments. There is Oksana Batorchuk of the Ukraine. She looks very, very good, but just a bronze for her today.
Médaille d'argent représentant la Grande-Bretagne, Libby Clegg.
And her guide.
Et son guide, Michael Paget.
And remember, the guides also, since London 2012, get a medal as well. So bad luck if you're a guide in Christchurch or Beijing and got into the top 3, because you would not have been rewarded.
Mikhail is Libby's guide. And she gets a lion as well. And so does he.
Gold medalist and world champion, representing the People's Republic of China.
Médaille d'or et champion du monde, représentant la République populaire.
12:30 took bronze, 12:23 took silver. And the gold went in a time of 12:19. Zhu Gejua.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national de la République populaire de Chine.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés mondiaux.
And they all go up to the gold medal podium for the photos. Still plenty of people here to take pictures of them.
We're nearly done. I know a couple of people have asked why we don't always have an event have its medals presented on the same day. It's mainly to avoid medals being presented in an empty stadium. So for the later events, means that the medals will be presented tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for the women 100 meters T13.
We're nearly done. Women's 100 meters T13. There is still a women's javelin being thrown. There's still. I'm sorry. They're only at the halfway stage.
Bronze medalist representing Morocco.
Anyway, never mind. This is the women's 100 meters T13. Sana Benhama gets the bronze medal for Morocco. 12.77. In comparison with the world record, times of this were quite slow, but as I always say, it's a championship race. It's the medals that count more than the records. Records are merely a nice bonus. And we've had a lot of those anyway. There's actually a championship record in this anyhow. Ilse Hayes was the champion, held the championship record for Christchurch 2 years ago, but it is silver for her today.
Gold medalist and world champion representing Ukraine.
Médaille d'or et championne du monde représentant l'Ukraine, Olena Kliebova.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able.
So Ukraine get the gold.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous
Another
lever, s'il vous plaît,
marvelous
pour l'hymne
champion in
national
Elena
de l'Ukraine.
Glebova. Championship record. You know this tune.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalist.
The national anthem of Ukraine. It's a familiar emotion for them. Elena Glebova. 9 gold, 4 silver, 3 bronze for Ukraine so far. Well, they've emerged as a really great athletics nation. Sergei Bubka came from there, competed throughout the 80s for the Soviet Union. They might have just squeezed in one more Olympic Games with the CIS, the Commonwealth of Independent States, and then that was it. Soviet Union broke up. Both he and Sebastian Coe of likely one or the other will be the next president of the IAAF. And Ukraine, well, they're one of the great athletics nations now, there's no doubt about it, both in this circuit and the other one.
And during the Ukrainian anthem, there was an incident. I was realizing that I'm getting a little bit peckish. We're going to be late for food again at the hotel tonight, so I opened a packet of cashews and cranberries, and they've exploded all over my laptop and went flying against the screen. So I can't actually use my laptop now, and tuck in if you want some, Will.
Okay.
Cranberries and cashews. Ideal snack food.
Now we have one more event taking place. To be honest, due to satellite time and so on, we're not going to be able to show you all of it. It's the F57-58 women's javelin, which is where athletes are wheeled in on a wheelchair and they're locked into place. And we still have around 7 athletes still to throw in that. It normally takes about, at the very best, 5 minutes to get each athlete in place. So I think it'll still probably take another hour to go through. We'll still be here until about 9:15 Central European time.
They need to find a way to speed this up, because the sad thing for these people is that the stadium will now empty and they will finish, and whoever wins the gold medal, there'll be nobody here to see it.
Now, if there's more than 12 athletes, they split the group and they have 2 throwing sectors, but they've only got 9 in this. There's still a few fans staying around. The thing which I found really encouraging about London 2012 was that at the end of the morning session, you'd have something like the decathlon or the heptathlon, we'll say, in the Olympic Games. And I mean, that normally rolls on for an extra hour after the track action is done in morning sessions on the IAAF athletic circuit. And yet, you'd still have 60, 70,000 people staying to watch, which I thought was brilliant.
The French have enjoyed it today. They've had a couple of gold medals. They were very excited to see Mandy Françoise Elie clinching France's first gold medal on the track on day. First gold medal on the track. And she set a new world record in qualifying on Sunday and looked fantastic in action today, winning the women's 200 metres T37. And we saw gold as well in the long jump. There's a lot of badges on the hat there. Competitor from the United Arab Emirates. This is Siham Al Rashidi. 18:55, currently ranked 4th. So this will be her 6th and last attempt. She's 3rd to throw in the last 8. Currently in 4th spot, gets a white flag. So Siham Al Rashidi has thrown so far 18:32, 18:55, 18:03, a no throw 18:36, and she's got a no throw not from the judge at the landing point, but the judge from the takeoff point, and that means that she'll have moved a buttock up off the chair. So no dice there, and her best 18:55, enough to earn her 752 points and leave her in 4th place. Let's just check how it stands at the moment then. Algeria's Safir Jelalel, personal best 30:53, and I think she will win it. Sylvia Grant, Jamaica, in 2nd place 1985. 3rd place, it's Mazik of the States. 4th is Al Rashidi, we just saw. Gourari of Morocco, and Volek of Russia, Liu of China, Hernandez of Mexico, and Dansu in 9th at the moment. Let's have a look at that one throw then, that is way bigger than any of the others. None of the other competitors have even been over 20 metres, but Safia Jalal of Algeria has gone over 30 metres. Blows us a kiss, 30:53, and she's way, way ahead and on course for a gold medal. So this will be Nora Gourari of Morocco, and it will take a while for the wheelchair to be strapped in. So they're nearly ready for her. She comes in here in her wheelchair, and then you can see those yellow straps will be used to anchor her in place to those breeze blocks.